Howdy, howdy. How's everybody doing today? I'm gonna be fixing a car stereo, which is gonna be a lot more complicated than I let on. It is raining. Fuck. Ow. God. Wow. Really dug in that one. Jeez. That's what I get for having 80/20 rail just sticking out into the walking space over there. God, that hurt. I think it was just a scrape, though. In there. We're gonna have to be looking up some pinouts. Clean up the bench first. Oh boy. They changed garbage day. Garbage day! They changed the day of garbage day, so now my garbage is like overflowing over there. I mean, I guess it didn't help that I put the slats of the cyber power unit in there. the big plastic stuff. Yeah, I don't think that was good. Man, I didn't get a chance to do the jumper test on my stereo to see if it was outputting audio, but supposedly there's a testing mode for this radio that I can access. So maybe we'll be getting to that. We'll start with that, actually. We've got to start with that to try to make this thing do stuff so that I can troubleshoot it, so I can fix all the stuff that's wrong with it. Got a new set of wrenches. I needed offset closed-end wrenches. I kind of like these. These are nice. It's not like I'm particularly brand loyal. I probably should have bought Craftsman versions of these things, but it's good enough. I don't like soft cases, though. They take up too much space. Hey, Animal Groin! How's it going, Animal Groin? Thank you for subbing for 17 months with a Prime. Heck yeah, dude. We'll get Burn the Subs up and running soon enough. Been a bunch of setbacks just in terms of my time working on it, but we'll get there. We'll get there. I've had a sudden reduction in the amount of time that I can spend on projects during the off times, just because of the dog. Didn't expect to be getting a dog, but pulled the trigger on it, and I have no regrets. The wonderful Bubby. She's not down here today. She's stuck upstairs. In February, next month, I will have the dog for a couple weeks solo, so then she'll be hanging out down here. But for now, roommates want to close the door to the upstairs because of my shouting. I had to bed at 3 a.m. I fell victim to the common 10:30 at night, and then you blink, and then you wake up at your desk, and it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Well, I did that again, second night in a row. Stupid. I really got to stop doing that. I think tomorrow and Thursday, I'm gonna put an effort into actually going to bed. So we got to discover that test mode, because I've got here a wonderful little flat cable. What goes in at the LCD? It's one of those evil LCD designs. So we're gonna try to get that in there. I have to maybe clean off the bench a little bit for that. The surface is suffering. I can flip this thing, but the opposite side is white, and I don't want the white. I want the gray so that the camera gets all its colors correct. Oh, I hope everybody had a good weekend. I guess I had a good weekend. What happened over the weekend? I guess New Year's? Everybody have a good New Year's? I streamed New Year's Day. Wait a minute. Where am I? What is this place? Been a rough 2023 so far. We got football players dropping on the field. Ken Block died at 55. What the hell is that all about? When did that fucking happen? Jeez. Year's off to a strong start, huh? So this is the multi-information display and the business CD player. And these two comprise my car stereo. These two communicate with an amp in the trunk, which is just an amp. I took it apart. It was on the bench yesterday. Hacking an aux jack. Actually, this has an auxiliary jack. I had no idea. I have a little, one of the previous owners put a little 1/4-inch stereo, 1/8-inch stereo plug right next to the cigarette lighter, and you can buy little Bluetooth things, little Bluetooth I guess it's like Bluetooth auxiliary jack things. And so I plug that in and then plug it into the cigarette lighter, which has a USB charger in it, and that's that. Pretty crazy. I haven't used it though. And also, I think I can actually use the Bluetooth phone thing. I think I can use that, which would bypass the stereo, I think. Yeah, I think that would bypass the stereo. What's up, Nothing? Yeah, speaking of nothing's working. I always say that whenever you enter, but I mean, I've been having just a hell of a time with my car. I'm so mad. I'm so filled with hate. 12C controlled input selector, tone control chip, merger lunge. Oh, you're taking the hard way in. Add your own 8-bit microcontroller to tell it to switch to aux. Damn. Not just you, it's common in every channel. I'm having a hell of a time. I don't understand. This E39 is breaking me through, death by 1,000 cuts. Because as I fix stuff with, and I've talked about this at length. I probably shouldn't harp on it. The anti-lock braking system is breaking. Every part of it is breaking. Wait, why does chatty not update? Oh, did I minimize it? There we go. Sorry. Anti-lock braking system is systemically failing. As I fix a system, the other systems around it will then display their failures. I just don't know. I think my next thing is to take a full dose of 12 volts from that battery maintainer and try to get the pump to move. And if I easily get the pump to move and I see pressure in the right amount of pressure in the system, I've either unstuck it or the MOSFET that is inside of the control unit has failed. And then it would be good that I didn't close up the thing with epoxy yet, because I'd have to hack my own FET in there, which is not hard to do, and it'll be kind of fun for us to do. But I need to see if that's the problem, and the only way to get to that little pump is probably to lift up the passenger side of the car, or sorry, the driver's side of the car, and go from underneath, because otherwise I've got to pull out all kinds of like air equipment. Yeah, I actually did a test with the car off and the car on yesterday. I took the laptop out to the car and went into the INPA software. It's like the engineering software that you can like do all the diagnostics with. And I hit the brake pedal and I got something like 50 bar max. If I was like standing on the pedal, like absolutely hammering the pedal, I got like 50 bar, and then with the car started, I got something like 150 bar. I forget the exact numbers actually now, but I think they match up. They match up properly. And so what I did is I went into the software and I told it to activate the pump, and you could hear like a little noise. And then I looked at the pressure of the system and it was still at 0. And it should be at like 17. So it's tough though, because that software, you have to use the F keys to navigate around. And activating stuff is different from observing stuff. I would really much rather this software just have everything on one page. They could easily have done that. Have all your activation cues and just make them a click, like click your mouse on the thing, but they don't do that. It's all F keys and all the menus are discombobulated, and it's meant to be on a much older computer with much lower resolution screens. So, oh well, LOL, LMAO. Awake juice. I activate you. So I think the pump has seized again, which is baffling to me, because before it seized, I had ABS working. I did emergency stops in the rain right before Christmas, and it was working. So I don't know what the hell happened. But when I got the extra bubbles out of the system, it stopped working. I don't know. And when the system was working, it should have seen that pressure Because if it doesn't see that pressure, then it throws the error. And that wasn't happening. So this is a new thing. The pump just recently failed, or the MOSFETs just recently failed. Yeah, I've narrowed it down to the pump, and the pump is activated by the FETs, and it could be either of those two. But the pump is brand new. It's from the junkyard. It's, you know, an eBay. But the pump was also observed to be working before the holiday. I don't get it. I do not get it. If it's the MOSFET, that's something that we can fix here. If it's the pump, I don't know what I'm going to do. I have to take it out and maybe open it up and see if I can unstick it by just manually spinning it. I don't want to have to bleed the brake system again. I guess that's something that would have to happen. Buy another eBay one. I have the parts from the old pump just sitting to the side here. Maybe clean those up and make my own rebuild. I don't know. Hopefully the latter. Yeah, I'm getting real annoyed. And then, you know, during the whole fiasco of trying to fix my ABS system by system, the radio decides that it's no longer capable of outputting audio. The Bluetooth module, the aftermarket Bluetooth phone module that I now have my phone paired to, puts audio out onto the stereo. I don't know what components that thing has. It should have a microphone somewhere, but I don't know if it does. I have to get like a friend to call me at some point and just see whether or not I can pick up the call. Because it talks to you over the speakers. So that appears to work, which means the amp works. So this thing is going into the amp and overriding. It should turn off the radio when you use the phone. And I think I've seen it do that. It's not messing with the volume, so I don't think it's hooked up to the speaker system. I don't think it's like a go-between on the speaker system. So my amp works, the Bluetooth module works, and I had the amp in here, by the way. There was some really horrible corrosion on it. I'll go over all this stuff again when we start, just so that people aren't left in the lurch, but it's first and foremost on my mind right now. So while I'm taking a look at this head unit to see why it's not outputting audio, this is the actual meat of the stereo, I think, and then this is the mid, the multi-informational display. This is just a display. While I'm looking at the mid, I also can fix the screen because there are pixels out on it. So what we'll do is we'll find the pinout, I'll hook it up to the power supply, and I think we can hit these two buttons and get it into a troubleshoot mode. We may have to do a little Googling on that, because that's the E38, and this is an E39, so. Cheapo Chinese CSR modules. I don't know what that is. Oh, when people want their stereos. Oh, yeah. Well, see, this car has a car phone function, so it's got all the right buttons and stuff. So what this thing does, it's called like the Parrot or something like that. What it does is it uses the plug that originally went to the stereo for the cell phone, the Bluetooth cell phone. There's a Bluetooth cell phone module. There is a car phone that I think this car used to have that my friend got rid of. Both of those plug in the same spot, and it's got this big DB connector that has slightly wider pins on it. So they zip tied it together. But it has a DB connector that has the CAN bus on it, the K bus, as well as I guess like audio input functions. So it's really easy to put a car phone, like a modern Bluetooth phone, in this thing. No clue. 321. Sub to the Prime for 9 months. Wow, that is, hey, 9 months of Prime is a big deal. The only reminder you really get, I mean, you get like the notifications on Twitch, but the real reminder is that your emotes stop working. So thank you for keeping up with those primes for 9 months. By the way, if you guys have a Twitch Prime, you can use it on your favorite streamer. That's it. If you don't use it, Jeff Bezos glues another $5 bill to his bald head, and he goes, "Yes, it's time," and he just pastes it on. Yeah, and then he has the staff remove it it's like a plaster Paris mold, you know. He removes it and then he puts it in like a long hallway. There's a long hallway with just a bunch of Jeff Bezos bald caps that are made out of $5 bills. He's a weird guy. Yeah, I've been having a lot of trouble with this car. While we're in the multifunctional display, I get to repair this cable, and it's going to be totally fucking pointless for me to do this if we don't have a way to test whether or not the pixels work, because this is one of those evil LCD things where it's just contacts pressed on a piece of glass. Always wondered what happened to them. Yeah, that's apparently what's going on. Very strange setup. It's very strange. I guess NVIDIA is going to be having a press conference soon, or maybe they've already had it. I think it's probably later this afternoon. Another graphics card that is just criminally overpriced. You guys remember? He says while burping. Oh, Jesus Christ. What up, Zemetrix? How's it going? Zemetrix, you're one of those names that is on the board so much that if I look beyond my monitors, I can see your name. There's a couple of those. Worse than zebra connectors. I like DB connectors. I like DB connectors. Anyway, yeah, Happy New Year to you too, Zemetrix. Metri X. Yeah, the connectors on this car are actually pretty cool because all the electrical the quality electrical connectors, I should say, because some of them are the evil ones where you have to pinch them until your finger hurts and then you can pull it out. Some of them are that kind, and I don't appreciate those. The big ones like this, these multi-pin style connectors, they have big levers on them, and when you undo the lever, it backs the whole cable assembly off. Yeah, those are so cool. They're so nice to use. The one on the MFD is even better. You push down a tab and you move a lever and it just pulls itself out of there. Oh, it's so nice. It's so satisfying too. Yeah, they really are the best. Problem is you don't get them consistently in the car. They decide to use them almost everywhere, and then they get to the engine bay where you're going to be unhooking stuff a lot, and they go, why don't we do the ones that really hurt your finger? And then in the trunk they're like, hey, let's just use a Molex. And it's like, stop it. Stop doing that. Yeah, the buttons that you have to cram the flathead. The BMW ones have like a lever, but the lever is designed to have like a special flathead. It's always a special, right? It's always a special tool, but it's designed to have like a flathead and peel up, but you're like gonna break it if you don't do it properly. And they've got all these baffles around them so that you can dig your finger into it, and you have to like use the pliability of your human skin in order to get the thing to actually lift up enough to come out. More BMW special tools than Harbor Freight. I know. It's like they just love them. Okay, I gotta re-aim the fan. I'm not. It is raining here again. So not only was this place a goddamn swamp to begin with, because before the holiday break, it rained for 3 days because of that hurricane. Then everything froze for the little Arctic snap that we had. So all of that water that got into the ground was ice. Then it warmed up and everything got wet again. And that was like yesterday, the streets were still wet. And then today, it is raining all day. Actually, yesterday and today, it was raining all day. We got too much water, man. The whole neighborhood is starting to like slough off of the side of the hill that it's on. The German way, yeah. You need a wrench that looks more like somebody ran over it with a tractor trailer in order to get to the bolt that you need. 2014 VW Jetta Hybrid. It's super glued shut. What was the BMW, like, what is it, 1M, M1, whatever that thing is, with the carbon fiber, and the hood is unopenable. There is no hood. That's where they're going. No, I don't think it was an M3. It was like an electric thing. Yeah. And I think there were clips that you have to break in order to get in. Yeah, this is only for business CDs. No engineering CDs or you know, retail CDs. This is a business CD. Oops, non-removable engine. i8, yeah, that's the one. Yeah, what does Cluck J calls them? User hostile engineering. The best is the Audi service position, which for my, what was it, 2002 Jetta was also a thing, where if you wanted to work on anything in the car, you have to drain the coolant. So I mean, first things first, you're like, I have to replace the timing belt, right? You go to an old Chevy and you're just like, and you've got a new timing belt, right? But if you do it on a 2000 Jetta, the whole motor is transverse. So there are rails, the body rails, the impact structures in your way. I had to lift the motor and then lower the motor and then lift the motor and lower the motor to get to a bolt and actually undo it. It was really weird setup. But the way that you're supposed to do it is by removing on those two impact structures going to the front of the car. You remove a bunch of the bolts and then you do similar with the other side, and the whole front of the car pivots outward. But you have to also remove the coolant hoses and stuff because all of your fan and radiator stuff is also pivoting. And then you can take the engine out. And I guess with VW, we're supposed to just take the engine, lift it up, and then you can do the timing belt, which is a wear and tear item. Crazy. It's just crazy. A supercar with a 3-banger. Yeah. Electric motors are not to be scoffed at, man. Electric motors are the real deal. They make full torque from a standstill. So yeah, what is it about Samsung phones I heard? They glue or permanently tape the battery to the screen. And so if you want to work on it or change the battery without changing the screen, you're going to break the screen no matter what. Absolutely ridiculous. 150 horsepower from a 3-cylinder, and they glue the hood shut. I don't know if I like that. Seems like if you're pushing a 3-cylinder to the limits, it'd be good to maybe be able to get in there. I was closing some stuff. 255. My glucose level's not happy with me for eating lunch. Problem is, I ate a bunch of cookies last night, and that pure sugar is now getting to my guts. So I've heard every kind of noise of an air bubble squishing through a water balloon. Yeah, every single noise possible. I don't know what it is with my guts. I don't eat a lot of sugar, and when I do, it just becomes air. Glass back, that's ultra thin. Then the battery is glued in, and you need to flood it with isopropyl. Doesn't that get behind the screen if you're not careful? Man. I've been trying to hack a Bluetooth connection to a stock GM radio, but it doesn't have a CD or cassette drive. There's no inputs to steal. What? Wait a minute. Bluetooth connection to a stock GM radio. No inputs. So it's all in the box, and it's one box that goes out to the speakers. Is it that old? Because like, yeah, I did some GM hacking back in the day, like making CAN bus operate the dials and the radio. There's a module that they sell for the Chevy, for the Corvette. For the Chevy, for the Corvette, they sell somebody sells a module. They charge like freaking $300 for it. I was like, dude, I could make some money off of that. But what it's supposed to do is fool a different type of radio into thinking that it's in the proper car, so you can put a good radio in your Corvette. AM/FM radio 2002. I mean, you could trace out. Do it. Pseudomaze is doing something very similar to what you're doing. Yeah, swapping the unit is probably the way to go. I like the OEM look that my radio has, so this is worth it, what I'm doing right now. Otherwise, there are pretty good looking replacements for this whole setup. I would rather replace this whole unit with something that could hold my phone. But anyway, there's like a panel that's wood grain that comes down and closes above this. And I would love for that wood grain panel to, instead of be holding the radio like this, I would like it to hold a phone cradle. I think it would be better if there was something that flips out or pops forward and I could plop my phone in it. That would be convenient. Yeah, the phone does really well with Wi-Fi chargers. It would be cool if something could flip up and I could just place my phone on it and it would do the wireless charging. Anyway, that's a pipe dream. But with your AM/FM radio, you might want to take it apart and do a little reverse engineering, and that's kind of what Pseudomaze is doing. At some point, there is going to be an input to the amplifier, and that is where you would either want to switch the input or look at how it's designed and see if there's the possibility of having an alternative input. Wi-Fi charger broke my brain. Wireless charger. That went over just fine with me. I got what he meant immediately. I like the stock radio look, yeah. Well, what was cool is for a little while, people were taking 8-track players and the iPod, the form factor of the iPod that I have. You can see a picture of it. It's in the Stream Projects, I believe. Or it might be in general. I've been leaking out into other channels. I gotta contain myself. I considered my car stuff not to be a stream project, and I started posting it in general just to get the Discord talking about something. But anyway, aside from my own personal rule violations, people were taking 8-track players, and they were the exact size of an iPod at the time. 8-track tapes were just about iPod size, so you could shove an iPod into your stereo system and they put the plug at the back and everything. Cool stuff. I'd probably 3D print something to replace it, but I don't know. I don't want to do that. Put in a latch. Yeah, DT, DP. Dual throw, dual pole. DPDT, not DT. Why'd you flip the two? That really confuses me. DPDT. Dual pole, dual throw. Relay to flip it to the AUX. Yeah, that's usually what they would have, right? So you hear a little click. I don't even think about putting any sound in the old car. Yeah, it's like the last thing you do, right? Older cars, you have the engine for the music. Hell yeah. Hey, that's going along with the whole German philosophy of not having cup holders and stuff. It's like, no, I don't need to drink something. I'm driving the car. That is my job right now, and I don't want to be distracted from it. Whereas, you have the rest of the industry going, how can we do infotainment? We want them to have a BMW experience inside of their car. So let's put a really confusing to operate computer in it. And then let's put a big screen in the middle. Let's get rid of all the physical buttons. You can no longer feel around in the dark to try to turn off your radio. You have to go to a menu and a sub-menu. And meanwhile, the auto drive is trying to kill you. I have ridden in my friend's Tesla 2 times at this point, and both of those times, the car actively tried to kill us. It actively fucking tried to kill us. It tried to swerve into oncoming traffic no less than 4 times in the 2 times that I've ridden in the car. And mostly that's because Pennsylvania roads are shit. They're absolutely abhorrent shit. They're terrible. And so you don't get markings on these roads. Maybe you do, but they've peeled up over the years because Pennsylvania has more freeze and thaw cycles than any other state in America. Look it up. But yeah, apparently our roads are absolutely just abhorrent bullshit because of this. And so the Tesla car with all of its sensors and stuff goes, and then it just tries to kill you. It's horrible. They're trying to actively kill smart people. US is obsessed with cup holders, Europe not so much. The cup holders in this car are hilarious because they're such an afterthought. They come out at the bottom of this console, and so if you put your cup in it, it holds the very bottom of your cup, which is a really good way to flip the cup when you accelerate. I bought these aftermarket cup holders that actually fit in between 2 of the panels in the dashboard, and they're like big. They just hold the cup on the floor. Main reason I want to add aux is because I use Google Maps a lot. I like how it lowers the volume of the music when giving directions. Ah, yes. Your car seems to be falling apart. Yeah, that's a very safe observation, because it really is. It's the same two systems which comprise of most of the functionality of the car. The E39 has a wonderful, wonderful core motor. At its core, the motor, the inline six-cylinder, is an absolute beast. It will run forever. However, we have little 90s things added onto it, like, for instance, a new anti-lock brake system, which is an amalgamation of a bunch of sensors that 20 years on decide to all fail. Yeah, the M54 is quite a good engine. But yeah, everything surrounding that engine is starting to deteriorate. Most of it is that this car was a garage-kept car, and now it is an outdoor car, and it has been raining a lot here. So all these problems are percolating with all the moisture. They float up to the top. Anyway, I've decided that I actually do want to address these things, so... Well, Vert, what do you mean? No. It's a touring. It's a station wagon with the BMW business seating. Yeah, so all these problems are starting to percolate, and as I fix stuff with the anti-lock braking system, other stuff is breaking in the anti-lock braking system. So I have pretty much inspected every corner of that ABS system, except for two things that I know are failing. So I'll have to take a look at that later. Debadged and slammed, those are nice. Hell no. No, I gotta do that. I'm not amazingly in love with the looks of the car. I like the previous, the E36 touring wagon. That did not, we don't have those here. It would be cool to import one, but they have that E36 like boxy look to them. Yeah, E36Ms. I should have bought my friend's. My friend had a purple one. He did a bunch of work on it, though, so I don't know what kind of shape it was in when he was done with it. I think he pretty much folded that car in half when he got rid of it. To be fair, I'm as old as your car, and I, too, am falling apart. Yeah, Android head units are pretty good, but I would rather just get this thing working, because I don't want to spend $300 on a head unit. I can get a little bit of content out of this and have fun with that, and then maybe get it working again. But yeah, I'm addressing things that needed to be done for a long, long time. Like, for instance, this flat cable needs to be put into the multi-informational display right here. Let's just like start. Let's just start. I've been explaining the project the whole time, and my body is busy converting sugars into gases at the moment. So I'm probably gonna have to take a break soon. But let's get rid of this. And all right, so what are we doing today? Well, my car is returning to Earth. As I attempt to fix the car, the parts that I have created a stable system out of are revealing other things that are broken and or just breaking other things, right? When you get your third brake light, are you going to coat it so it won't get wet and corroded again? No, because it took 20 years for this one to fail. If the other one fails in 20 years, that'll be in a junkyard somewhere. So, and I'll be dead. I will have died. So, anywho, as I fix stuff, other stuff is breaking. I had the battery fail on the other car, or sorry, I had the battery fail and I replaced it. And then that power surge broke everything again. It's that kind of deal. It's like, as I fix something, everything else breaks. The car was happy to just go quietly into the night, and I'm not letting it. I replace its hip, and then it breaks its leg. Like, so what's happening right now is the car stereo. I'm still working with the anti-lock braking system. There's still one thing that I have to like vet out, but yeah, it's just like, let me die. Anyway, we're looking at the stereo unit, and the stereo in these cars is a slightly different philosophy to the stereo. It's not just the head unit. going out to all the speakers. That's what it's like in cheaper cars. For some reason in this car, they decided to integrate the whole thing. So what you have is you have a multi-information display and control unit at the front of your car. You have steering wheel controls. You have a head unit that is getting, like, receiving stuff and sending all of that audio information to the trunk, where there's an amplifier that goes out to all the speakers. And then you have, in the middle of the car, you have a phone module that connects to the trunk and the information display at the same time, in order to coordinate all the different functions of the car. And there's, you know, different trim levels and stuff have different components in all of these systems. I do not have the super premium sound system, so I'm unable to get into the computer and look at the amp in the trunk. I took that out and I had that on the bench this weekend, and I ended up cleaning it up because there was a lot of corrosion because of the compartment that this thing is in. This car is like an onion. It's got layers and layers and layers of compartments that you get further and further into. So I was like digging into the thing, and there was like a module sitting behind where all the stereo stuff goes. Like, I don't even know what it is. I don't think it's a tilt sensor. It might be like a crash sensor or something weird. So there's all this electronic whiz-bangery put into the car, and the car has seals that are rotting, and so moisture gets in and moisture breaks everything. And that's kind of what I'm dealing with now, because the car is being kept outside. It used to be a garage car. So my display, the multi-information, the MID unit, the mid unit, this thing has been deteriorating. Pixels have been going out. You lose rows and columns and stuff like that. And the reason behind that is because they have a big flat cable on this LCD display, and I guess just the glue just goes bad. So what you do is you replace it with a new one, and it's very fiddly. It's very fiddly. You have to really kind of struggle to get all of those pins in the right spots so that you can illuminate all of the different, or, you know, deactivate the LCD. You can polarize the LCD, yeah, depolarize, I don't know, whichever it is, you use polar paper, whatever. But yeah, stop it with that bad direction. You did this last time. You're talking about getting a car that's so old that you can't even find them anymore. So anyway, all of these electronics work in concert with one another. Battery died, replaced the battery, no audio from the stereo, still full function from the head unit, so we need to take this part apart. I tested the fuse in this, fuse is fine. So it might be that parts of the amplifier aren't working. What I'm gonna try to do, we're gonna start with the MID, the multi-informational display. This little guy right here is just about display and control of what's going on the KCAN bus. So it displays your track information, all your presets and stuff like that. All the information's actually stored in this unit here, which is the one that's driving the sound output. However, this thing right here has problems with it. So we're gonna take this apart. Before we take it apart, I wanna hook it up to power, and supposedly, if we hook it up while two of the buttons are pressed, we can get into a sort of like a troubleshooting mode or whatever, like a test mode, a bench test mode, basically, for this. And that'll be important for us to figure out ahead of time, because I don't want to run out to my car and plug this thing in and test it that way, right? We're here, we're indoors, it's fucking raining, it's been raining for a week. I want to do it right here. So that's what we're going to do. And I think it's pins 1 and 8. Let's look up a little information ahead of time. Now I've watched the tutorial on how to replace the cable, so I know what I'm getting into there, but we're going to start off by just doing a little research here so that we're not in the lurch. And if I can't turn it on the bench, I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know what I'm going to do. So let's see. I need this guy over here. And we're going to do, it's an E39 MID test, or bench test. I found this thread while I was on the toilet. I think all the pictures are broken. You get out of there. So power up, blah, 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 blah. It's basically what happens is everything turns on, it appears to function, but there's no audio coming out. And when I use the Bluetooth, the aftermarket Bluetooth phone that's going in through the OEM Bluetooth phone input, there is audio over the speakers. So my amplifier works, the thing in the trunk that amplifies the audio signals, that works. It is the the actual audio output from the radio that might not. Game Boy also has issues with complete columns going out on the display. Yeah, you could fix it by soldering. Well, the problem is you can't solder to the glass. So that's where these clips come in. Let's see. Yeah, this is the one. So this person's scouring the wiring diagram. Number 1, ground, and number 8 is power from the fuse, which would be the position 0, or position 1 of the key. So going down here, somebody said, display device does no calculations. You would have to run the K-CAN bus in order to make it display properly. However, let's see, where is that? 12 volt and ground, all the lights come on, blah, blah, blah. Keep going, keep going. Pre-production M5 that is, then they get distracted and start talking about cars that have multiple displays. Then they talk about used car prices, but right about here, now maybe this is page 2. Blah, blah, blah. Here we go. The only thing I can think of is perhaps trying the MID service mode. Since the MID is just simply a display device, receives data from the various systems connected to, the service mode isn't. It allows you to check functions of the MID, similar to the instrument cluster 21 function tests. If you don't know how to initiate it, the MID will need power. See the info below. So ignition in position 0, press and hold the first and last menu button, switch the ignition lock to positions 1 or 2. So you would, position 0, I think, is powering the unit, but when you go to 1 or 2, it's putting powers on the other pins. So that would, I think, was from fuse 44. So it's possible that you could just plug in the second power and get it to work. Battery's disconnected, goes dead more than 30 minutes. I have to re-enter my factory. Yeah, this is post that era. There's no special super duper codes. They split the radio up into different parts of the car, so you'd have to really like eviscerate the car in order to get the radio out. So nobody's going around stealing these radios because they're not one single unit. So there's no codes that need to be put in. You can get the serial number of the radio if you hold down the M button, but aside from that, there's you know, they changed the whole setup so that people wouldn't steal it. Back in the 90s, all radios had that head unit that you would take with you. you would remove the screen from your radio and take it with you. Visual feedback takes place in the display every time a button is pressed. The identification letters, blah 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 blah. Volume test control, test of function LEDs. So those are the different menu options that we would get for the E38. But it seems as though well, every time they update a model, they change all this stuff. So I don't know if that's actually it. MID service mode would be a good keyword for us to look up with the E39. We can try this though. We're pins number 1 and 8. So let's take a look at the connector. And actually, I want to do E39 MID pinout. Oh yes, so many pins. What are they trying to do here? Take a look. A cluster off of 99.5, blah, 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 blah. Post the wiring diagram, spaghetti coder. TIS and WDS are available online. What the hell is that? You gotta work your way all the way down through the various levels to find the instrument panel or combi instrument. Are we talking about the right car? How to power on E39 cluster out of car. Okay, there we go. Ground, 12 volt, 12 volt, 12 volt. So we'll be using a breadboard for this. A flipper, yeah, nobody has flippers and they're very expensive. It seems as though they can do some pretty interesting stuff. I would be interested in playing around with one. I would not call upon my fans to send one in, but I certainly fucking don't have the money for one. They're like $300 right now. So this is E38, E39. What is this one? wait a minute. This is different. They're only 150-ish. I was looking them up on like eBay, so I guess you can jump on Alibaba and try to find one too. Yeah, I kind of missed the bus on that one. power up your cluster. You can do the display test with the hidden function number 2. I like how they just mention that diagram above will power up your cluster, and you can do the display test with the hidden function number 2. What does that mean? What's a hidden function 2? Do this daily, the mileage stays correct. I have a photo, blah, 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 blah. What is hidden function 2? Connection is as below. Speed sensor there. What? This is the cluster that I have. I recognize this. Yep, that is my cluster. Connection is as follows. So ground. Wow, we got a lot of stuff. He doesn't know. He doesn't know about hidden function 2. What a noob. He doesn't know hidden function number 2. What the hell? Ah! Well, I'm not trying to power the cluster. I guess they're talking about the cluster. I'm talking about the display. Oh, this is the cluster. Yeah. Okay, so we're looking at the wrong thing. This is not what I have to do. So I don't have to use hidden function number 2. I'm trying the MID, the multi-informational display. That might be what we want. There we go. That's my boy. Although this is a different version of the radio. This is a different one. Ground, battery plus, but this is I think it's the same, no, it's a different display. So this is not necessarily it. All right, so that's not it. I guess we could just jump into images, but E36 called the same module the OBC board computer. I guess this is just a display though. This looks like the answer, but I can't I can't make it out. Pin 5 on the blue connector. Let's look at this. Let's look at this. Site closed. Cool. Well, thanks. That's wonderful. On the mid or nav screen, for example, I have a high instrument cluster. You need a high mid nav. Oh my god. No. This is not the answer. Where did the picture come from then? Why did I follow a picture of this and yet? I guess this is just explaining what the stuff is. Okay. E39 stereo wiring. We're trying to put some ducks in a row before I jump into this. Okay, this is just somebody blogging. Get sample. What is this page? What is this? Slide share. Okay. Designer of the part in the car. He gave me the part number for the matching connector, and I ordered some samples. Mentioned the need pins as well. One thing that I have to tell you is that what is this? So referring to the colors on the wire is not an option for me. I had a friend map the positions for me so I could do this without assistance. This is so... Jesus Christ. And for Willard, he's like name dropping and... What is this? He didn't even say what it is. 26. I manufactured my own 20. I'm using jumper wires, my man. I had to solder on 6-inch solid core wire. What the fuck, dude? No, this is not the information that I'm looking for. Nope, this is stereo. You get out of here, web page. Well, that's just a picture of it. I don't need a picture of it. You need to check the pinout. Thanks. That was really, thank you. Start the mid unit from BMW E39 out of car, but I know what the pinouts are. 1 ground and 8 is 12 volt positive, but when I connect them to the mid, it's not working. Press the volume key in on position, but nothing. Yeah, because it's communicating with the K bus. Everything it does, it's basically just an interface for the bus on the car. Ay. Chat, I'm gonna have to take a break in a minute here. My stomach is grumbling. This is how to wire stuff aftermarket. What in the actual hell is that? Blah, 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 blah. This is what I explained earlier. We have a stereo pinout at least. DSP integration of aftermarket head unit? No. Not interested in that. I'm interested in the pinout of this. That might actually be a pinout, that big diagram that we ran into before. Google Images is failing me. But then you get to these threads and they're all dead photo buckets. like I said. Well, this is describing it properly. This is where the wires go. I have all those manuals, but I haven't pored over them yet. Okay, so I think this might help us do this. I have to take a quick sabbatical, and I will be right back. Setup, there's overlays, and then we'll launch into actually testing this thing, because I need to see the the pinouts. I need to see the screen turn on so that we can fix the screen, right? Okay, I'll be right back. Volume on that is up. Cool. Be right back. Yeah, it didn't say I was online. What's going on? $250 for the manual. What are you talking about? Let's scroll up on chat here. We have real OEM, but I don't know about the manuals. Yeah. Oh, let me just get my phone on the charger there. Wait until he hears about hidden function number 3. Yeah. Features opened by hidden function number 4. Part number pinout. Yield results. Oh, part number. You're confusing it. Bentley manual. Yeah, Bentley manual's probably got it. I think I have like a PDF of the manual. Sorry, Entertainable. I was on the can. Or the VA lately. 25% of it's torn up and built over with new buildings, so I wouldn't recognize it anymore. Twitch died. I'm out. Can't see anyone. Yeah, because my hold on, overlays. Get rid of BRB. Bow, bow, bow. I like this part of the song. I'm gonna wait for it. Okay, anyway, I try, because I barely have moderators, I tried to get on my own channel on my phone so that I could just keep an eye on y'all in case somebody came in and destroyed everything. So, because people will do that. They love doing that to Twitch channels. But I couldn't, I searched for my own channel and Twitch was like, "Bleh." I don't know, weird. Twitch problems. I got a decent bitrate though. Wait, my bitrate says offline. Oh, good. Oh, good, Twitch is broken. Well, you guys will have to tell me if I go offline, huh? All right, let's get the song. I love this song. I'm gonna fade it out, nice and easy. Nice and easy, fade it out. We're gonna, I think did it auto? No, I'm gonna pause it, there we go. Otherwise I'd hear something in the background. So we got kind of a pinout for this thing, right? The best that we can hope for, which is this. So terminal R, 12 volts, IK bus signal. Terminal 58 is illumination. Terminal 30 is 12 volt plus, and this one is ground. So terminal R, I think, is the one that we are going to power up. We'll do this all on a perforated prototyping board, and that way I can have jumper wires going into the display, because I got to hold down 2 of the buttons when we power it up to see if we can get into a test mode, if this display has the same one that the previous generation has, which it's likely to, but it might not. You're online, which is positive. Okay, good. Yeah, I guess Twitch is having problems. Go figure. It's Tuesday. Time to burn the servers to the ground. Apparently, my guts are deciding that everything that's in them goes. So if I have to take another break, it'll be another like couple minutes. But I think I'm out of the storm now. I don't know what the hell happened there. I think 2 cups of coffee was a little bit much for my poor guts. That and I ate a bunch of Milano cookies last night, which is always a bad idea. They're too easy to eat when you're catatonic in the middle of the night. I'm not saying it, you are. Okay, anywho, here we are. We've got our MFD, and we need to get into the display mode so that we know what doesn't work on this thing. Best thing to do for a project like this, perforated prototyping board. When we have multiple powers and multiple grounds that we need to connect to something, this is going to be your best bet, because you can just configure it on the fly. Now, we don't need one that's this big. I have smaller ones. We'll just use this for today. It'll be fine. And in addition to that, like when you're testing car stuff, it's really good to have, because then you can throw resistors in there. Hope you feel better soon. I felt great when eating the cookies. I'll be fine. Don't worry about me. Okay, so this, we need jumpers. Jumpers. So now I need the proper ones, and we need to take a look at what pins are what. These look like they are compatible with the DuPont ones. Uh-oh, I just dragged. Uh-oh. Can I control Z in? Yeah, I can. Good. What? Sometimes you guys say stuff and I don't understand what the hell you're talking. You guys are in your own little world. Okay, so I need to be able to focus on this thing, so I have to move it away to get it far enough from the microscope so that I could see it. And now, because it's a connector, there's no light getting into it. Still no light getting it. This is where I'd get a flashlight, I guess. Here, see if the flashlight will help me out a little bit. Not in the super bright mode, because that'll... No. Well, that's the not bright mode. Oh. Oh, good. Wait, no, there are embossed markings. So there's pin 12, there's pin 9? Or is that 6? Pin 1, pin... I can't even read that. Oh, maybe those aren't embossed. These are. Pin 12 and pin 6 are right there. 6, 12, 7, and 1. Oh, pin 7 is there. So pin 1 is ground. So that lower left-hand pin, or the upper right-hand pin if you're holding the display right side up. Okay, so back over we go. Go over here. We're not going to need the microscope yet. We will need it, though, eventually today. Okay, so we're hooking up. That pin is pin 1, and the one below it is pin 7. So I need a couple DuPont. Well, probably only 2, right? Probably only 2. Little DuPont yumpers. Oh, boy. This is a mess. I got to clean this up. Oh, these will do. They're nice and long. So we'll do black and blue. Blue. And then we need these guys. Grab that over there. We're doing a bench test. One of my favorite tests. And then we're going to take stuff apart. Hopefully we succeed at the bench test, because we're making a couple assumptions here. Making a couple assumptions. Hopefully they're good assumptions, but we'll find out in a minute. So this thing is set for 9 volts. I'm going to set it for 10, 11, 12. And the current limit is at 10 amps. 10 amps is, I think, what my car generally just sucks just idling. No, I think it's less than that. But, I mean, when you turn the car into the on position, all these motors and stuff start up. So, what's up, Wayne Johnson? So hook those 2 up. And then I need a probably a yellow and a black wire, just so I know what's what. I usually do like power is the yellow wire, although, you know, people like red. But when I'm dealing with 12 volts, it's generally yellow is positive. There is a black jumper. That'll be this. Cool. All right, there we go. That's all we're going to need right now. We'll just see if we can't get this thing to properly power up. Ground to ground. Positive. We'll wait to clip this one. And 12 volt on. And then these 2. All right, man. Whatever. I just don't know. I have to get every reference or else chat's saying stuff they're not supposed to, so I just don't know what. Oh boy, I can barely see what I'm doing in here. Maybe I should use tweezers. You know, alternatively, I could pull this thing apart and then get at these from the other side. Then I'd know which one's which. Nice and easy. I mean, these are going to fit on. I just need to get better control of them, I guess. Oh, there we go. Okay, so there's pin... Wait, was it pin 8? Hold on. Terminal R, pin 8. 7 not used. Why is... But this thing says pin 7 on it. It says 1, 7, not 8. I'm going to reevaluate that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, it does say 6 over there, though. So 7, 8. Oh, I see. Oh, I had it right. I had it right, and I unhooked it. Damn it. I had it right. It counts down the line, so to speak. Damn it. Now I got to do this again. It's like the problem is I'm dealing with huge shadows because of my lighting setup. There's pin 1 and pin 7. Pin 1 ground, pin 7 power, or pin 8 power, sorry. Pin 8 power. Okay. And then if I hook this up, if I power this right now, we'll only get lighting to turn on. So we'll try it. Or we get nothing. Good day to you, sir. It's not even powering up with this. Well, maybe that's not connecting. Because ground is ground, pin 8 is pin 8. And the combination of these two should give us something. Now, what if I held down... How am I going to hold down the buttons and do this at the same time? Tilt it up like this. Get the camera up. Hang 10, bro. Nope. Try again. Well, there's no current draw from my setup, so I think maybe something isn't happening here. Check my plugs. Plugs are plugged. Check these guys work. Yeah, those work. And there's a big drop in current. Oh! Is that? No, that's plugged in. That one's plugged in. This one's plugged in. No parallax on the rows, but no current draw from the unit. So this is clearly not the answer. So pin 1 and 7 is no bueno. So let's get pin 8 out of here. Huh. Terminal R. The other one would be pin 2. So let me get another jumper. These guys are working out, I think. They appear to be making good contact, so let's get the white wire here. Put that on pin 2. Just got to make sure that it gets on there and doesn't hurt the pins at all. Come on, bud. Just a matter of getting it like into the same exact spot. What are you doing? There you go. What are you doing? Okay, there's that. So this is pin 2. If I hook that up to power. Still no current draw, huh? Oh wait, yeah, that's right. So here, individually, pin 1 and pin 2. So here's pin 2. Oh, we get a little light from the corner there. And I've got 0.1, I got 100 milliamps going through the whole thing. All right, so that's progress. So if I go 1, 2, and then power it. Well, I got 0.1 milliamp drawing from this thing. Hold down the M button. Nope. What if I do pin 8, then that pin? Well, we didn't get the light turning on this time. Did we blow up whatever was in it? Uh-oh. Pin 3 is the illumination control. No, pin 3 is illumination. So if I were to put another jumper on this thing, I don't know how illumination is controlled in the car. I don't know if it's a 12-volt system or not. Yeah, I don't want to give that power. I don't think I want to try. I don't want to try something weird. So this and that. Yeah, there we get. So we go boop, boop. Oh, no, didn't do it this time. Boop, boop. To there. Didn't get it. But if I turn it off and then push both of these and go this one to this one. No, I don't get anything. They said the first and the last mode button, hold down. Well, put the key in the first position, into the 0 position, hold down these two, and then go to the second position. In which case we don't get anything. So I'm going to do key in the first position, hold down the M button, go to the next position. Still nothing. I'm going to let it discharge for a minute. All right, while we go back to the computer to try to see what's going on here. So they're saying pin 1 ground, pin 2 terminal 30, 12 volts. Terminal 58 illumination, and I'm not sure what that one is. Pin 4 is the bus signal. They have so many pins on these things that they don't use. So I was going from 30, the 12 volt plus, to 30 to R. Or no, I was going from R to 30. I went both directions with it, let's be honest. Found out that my ribbon cable fix is not working. It was terminal 25. Fuse that blew. I don't care. New CD unit. Car is a 40-pin connector. Nope. Pins is pretty good. The CD player is not compatible. Sorry to switch the direction of the conversation. Wondering if anybody knows terminal 58 illumination goes to. Trying to connect the mid out of the car, and I've connected the pins 1 to ground, 2, 3, and 8 to 12 volt. The button lights came on, but my mid doesn't turn on. Maybe somebody knows why. So we have 2, 3, and 8 hooked up right now. So we can replicate their experience. Hopefully they didn't blow up their unit. But 2, 3, and 8, and I can do pin 3 right here. Going back on what I was saying before. So here's pin 3. That one might not be fully plugged in. There we go. They're a little tight on the connector. So I can power all 3 of these at once, because I guess when it does power on, it does like a cascade of powering on the systems, and it remains powered. So if I do that, then we're very quickly turning the key on. And so now we get all 3 of the lights over here, but I'm not getting any illumination, which is odd. But if I power it off, power it on, yeah, I need to like wait. I need to wait a certain amount of time for it to, maybe if I connect ground to these terminals, it'll discharge something. Like a capacitor in it or something. And let me hold down these 2. Power it up. Well, now it's the top and the bottom one. I wonder what that's doing. I vaguely remember that that's actually telling me something. Now this unit works, by the way. There's no drama here. I know that this thing works. But like hold that down. No. What about these 2? In here and in here. No. Would you just... All right, back to the thread. My button lights don't come on. I don't know what that's about. I want to carry the mid back and forth. Yeah, this is exactly what I want to do. I figured out that in order to start the mid out of the car, you should press and hold keys 1 and 12 on the front together, then apply 12 volts to the pins. If done this way, the mid goes into a diagnostic mode, and it's possible to see if the pixels are okay. It's kind of tricky to hold the buttons and connect the voltage at the same time when the mid is taken apart. So I use some toothpicks to jam buttons 1 and 12 so I don't have to hold them when I connect the wire to the power source. If done in the car, you should hold the buttons and then turn the key into the position to power on the mid. I should have tried this before like leaving, but keys 1 and 12 I think are that. Let's double check what the keys are. MID keys E39 images. Boy, I wish I had this modern key in my car. I've got the older style. My buddy left his key here. I wonder if I could use that. 12. Wait. 1. No, that's not numbering them. Well, hold on. Wait a minute. Twitch is so broken right now that I can't even chat through the web interface. I tried to get on my phone and it wouldn't work. We're fucked. We're like losing viewers and stuff. This is bad for small channels. Whatever the hell is going on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So it's these 2 and then power. And I was definitely pressing those 2 and then power. Oh, hey, look at that. Wow, the illumination is not working though. Oh, it was in the mode. It was in the mode. It said a bunch of stuff, but there was no backlight somehow. But I'm definitely, pin 3 is getting power. That should illuminate. Make sure that those are all plugged in, and then do this one, and then power. Yeah. So you can see the firmware and the, oh man. Okay, hold on. So this should be the illumination, but it's not illuminating. I'm wondering if it takes like a bus signal to illuminate, because my illumination, oh, that's taking, wow, that's taking 500 milliamps or 50 milliamps, but it's not illuminating. I hope I didn't blow out my illumination. Really shouldn't have. Could it be digitally controlled? It's literally just a black pane with your video and the chat pane on the right. The reason I'm able to send anything is because I was connected to Twitch's IRC through IRRSI. Oh my God. So, I mean, chatty appears to work, right? Yeah, see, I typed my password into chatty and it works. So, I don't know, you can probably, yeah. Chatty wasn't working. Oh God. I wonder if like the API isn't returning or something. There's a delay between audio and video when Bother speaks. It's hard to watch. Oh my God. Yeah, see, it automatically just censors it like it did with mine. I'm going to drink another Red Bull and then I'm going to regret it. This has been a new year of regrets. 2023, I have regrets. Why is the illumination not turning on? This would be a new problem. Unless I'm getting the illumination wrong, but my concerns right now are that I've blown out the orange LEDs on this screen. Where's my thread? None of this is relevant. Get out of here. Everybody get out of here. This is all, oh, I really want that 3-in-1 multimeter, but it's like $200. Okay, here we go. So the mid is not illuminating like it should during the bench test. And from the information that we've gotten, where's the good one? This is the good thread right here. They say pin 3 is illumination. Hidden function number 3. How dare you? Hidden function number 3 broke Twitch. That's the break Twitch key signal. Okay, so double check how I've got it hooked up. Double check how I've got it hooked up. Move the microscope a little bit out so that I can display this. Oh, there's a lot of tearing on that video display. Oops, my bad. Yeah, I see you've activated hidden function number 3. So that's pin 1, pin 2, pin 3. Definitely hooked up. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is ground. There is no other ground. Sorry, pin 8 isn't ground. Pin 1 is ground. It's the black wire's ground. And then the rest of these are held at 12 volts. Terminal 58, illumination. But when I give it 12 volts, it takes 50 milliamps, like that, and it does not illuminate. There is no illumination here. It's hooked up to power right now, and it is drawing 50 milliamps. My fear is that the illumination is conveyed digitally instead of analogically, and that is problem. Well, there would have been like exploding LEDs, wouldn't there, or something? And if it's actually drawing current, that would mean. But I would really like to be able to see what I'm doing on this screen here. So could it be another pin? Let's go back to looking at this. Stop. Okay, Paul. Yeah, hidden function number 3. Ah! Do not display all of my tabs. So E39 mid pin out. My concern right now is that I've just blown up my backlight function. Like whatever's doing backlighting was like a 5-volt system, and I just gave it 12 volts. So pin 1 being the K line. That's really not what we have. Pin 1 is ground. That was working. But this is, I think this is a different connector, isn't it? Yeah. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Now that's not us. What's this one? Instrument wire cluster diagram. Yeah, so there, for some reason, Google gets confused and it brings me over to the instrument cluster. Ground, pin 8. No, that's in Russian. This is the forum that we were on? Yeah. Brown, purple is ground. Cool. Okay, that's the one we were on. There is a picture of what my car kind of looks like right now. That's not the right one. MID layout. This looks like the same one. Here's the answer. Ah, it's the same. It's the same forum. Okay. We're getting a little circular here. Pin out of the unit. Pin 8 should be ignition. You have to follow a special power procedure by holding the radio station memory buttons on each side. We did get into the menu, which is good. I just would very much like it to be illuminated. And I don't know why it's not illuminated at the moment. If there's like a special illumination ground or something. What is this? ADS, analog digital. What is this? Are they just talking about how to upgrade stuff? Weird. And pricing. Oh, hey, look, it's pinouts. That's not what we need. That's the wrong stuff. Wiring connect. You need to check the pinout. Okay, thanks. Ultimate amplifier wiring guide, new generation NG radio. What the fuck? AUX input adapter kit. No. Touchscreen radio. No. E39 radio mid. Probably not going to have a pinout diagram on this. Generally, the BMW stuff is pretty hardcore. Like, people know how to do this kind of stuff with a car. It's just our trouble is finding the right keywords to get to these threads. That and Twitch is so amazingly broken right now that there's nobody around. Pinout. Oh, we're not even in English. Pin 3 light, 12 volts. Okay, so why am I not getting the lights to turn on? That's concerning. I don't think I blew out the lighting, and it was working in the car. It was definitely illuminated in the car. And it's drawing current on the power supply. And this is connected to pin 3. Pin 1 is ground. Unless there's my theory is that there's another ground that I need to hook up. Maybe illumination gets a ground from somewhere else. Because yeah, boop, and then nothing lights up. Oh wait, no, I see an LED now. Oh, it's just my bench is so bright. Okay, so we are getting illumination. It's just if I turn off the lights. Here, wait, hold on. Hello? Oh, lights toggle. There we go. Yoink. So there's illumination right there. And were I to hook everything up together and get it into the test mode, we would be able to see the text on this. Of course, my hand is in the way. There we go. Well, I tried to hit the menu, but it's not. Oh, I see. When you press the buttons, it illuminates the different LEDs. We're going through these to see them illuminate. There you go. Display. So look at how shitty that is. All kinds of problems going on this thing. You can't see some of these columns. I don't know why it's... Oh, limit. That is really dim, isn't it? Limelight! Oh, speaker. What the hell is that? That one never lights up. This is really dim. I don't know why this is so dim. And there's how shitty the bottom row is. There's a Z's. Z, 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 Z. Man, you could do so much more with this. Volume knob works. Keys. Boink. B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M. Oh, I got the wrong one. That's one button? I thought it had two. Q. That's only one button. Didn't know that. All right. All those functions work right now. Huzzah. Yeah, we've gone through every one, and then it powers off. Okay, cool. So now we know how to test the display once I get this cable on. Let me turn my lights back on. And turn this one back on, because we need to be able to see what we're doing. That illumination was really dim. I think maybe it probably goes up to like 14 volts, maybe. You know, the running voltage of the car, but I'm giving it 12. All right, so, I mean, I guess I can keep these hooked up and just keep them over to the side. I'll turn the power supply off because it seems like it always shorts out when I shove it to the side. But now I need to take this thing apart. Okay, well, there's going to be a lot of torques. BMW loves their Torx bits, and so do I. Yeah, well, actually, so the battery sits at 10 volts. You start the car, it drops to 8, and then once the car is started, it'll go up to 14, I believe. At least in my car, that's what it does. So we're just looking at the 12-volt output, and I have current limiting on the power supply, but we're not drawing that much current. It's like 100 milliamps at most. I mean, it's just like LEDs in a display. So, all right, so now we get to disassemble. I don't know how we bench test this part. I don't know how we can do that. I mean, we could hook this up and then run K-bus over to that and hook that up as well. Maybe that's what we have to do. But then these won't get the usual signals. They won't get the car start signal and stuff. So there's no bench mode for that. But we still need to look at that because I don't have audio on my system at the moment. This is just fixing a quality of life issue, which is that the display isn't as good as it could be. So this isn't even supposed to be what I need fixing. I need to investigate the amplifiers in this radio unit to make sure that they're functioning properly, that there's audio output on that thing, which is something that I probably should do by putting it in the car, but whatever. Did I free this up? Oh no, that's not even that part. Wait a minute. These are just covers that come off. I cut myself doing this. Yeah, these just open up, I think. I gotta look for, well, actually, I think they might be, I think the screws are holding them on from below. That might be it. Everything is failing in my car, and I'm clawing and scraping to try to come out on top for all these tasks. I think this will mark the actual beginning of fixing things, as opposed to just discovering stuff that's broken. This is a screwdriver hole, I believe. No, that's not a screwdriver. Well, it might be. No, I think it's bent out so that it holds the circuit board down. But I need to... These are just like panels on here. If I do those two, that releases this bracket. I don't want to release that bracket. I want to pop these out. So I guess I need something a little bit stronger than just the little Torx head screwdriver. Using a knife like this is probably a bad idea. I just need something to like push on it. Something that's maybe one of these flatheads. Probably doable by hand, but every single time I try to work on stuff, I've cut myself. So I just don't want to cut myself, chat. I'm so done with tiny hand injuries after getting a puppy. and working on my car constantly. I'm just so done with these little hand injuries. I'll put these here to mark that they're going on at that point. That goes there. We're going to need a clean working surface too, which I don't exactly have. My fingernails hurt. That's what it is. My fingernails are killing me because I've had stuff go like under time and time again. All right, so we're in. Cool. So that's the MF multi-information display. It looks like there's like a freaking like PLA in the corner. All right, so let me get this thing free, I guess. Oh, and then in order to release it, this little tab is what moves when you move this. There's like there's a whole mechanism that opens this, moves these tabs for you. Or no, actually no, this stays in. You move the hex bit down here, this releases, and this thing pops forward, then you can take it out. I guess it's under spring pressure or something. All right, it looks like, yeah, the bracket's next. Okay, next is the bracket, which might release some of these clips, but I know there are videos of people doing this, so if when push comes to shove, we can actually, we can look up how to get to this part and respring all the springs. Actually, I think the springs go with this. I think they'll leave with this thing. Looks like we have to undo our jumper wires, though, because we're not going to be able to get this bracket away without it. Maybe. Actually, we might be able to. Hello? 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 I've discovered that if I go hello near the dog, she will start barking. I can get her to go boof when I go hello. This just lifts away, but the spring is part of the. Okay, this is going to be spring sprung. There we go. Sprung that spring sprung. Sprung. Then that down there, up or down? Up or down? Pick one. Huh. Up or down? How do I get that out? Looks like oh, that just lifts out. Okay, that's one side. That's one side. And then once it gets a little bit more free, I think I can get it around that. What about this foam? Nothing about that. Up or down, buddy? Spring there. Oh, I see. So I have to push that in a little bit further than it should, and then this whole assembly will come out. No. Oh, wow. Okay. 3 giant soldered tabs. 1, 2, 3. I don't really want to. I'm not in the business of desoldering. Does it actually work now? So I guess we can undo these little connectors, and I can unscrew. Is that 3 screws or 2? 2 screws that I can get to from the top. So here and here, 2 screws, and then all of these unhook, I think, from the other end, because I don't think those aren't connectors. Yeah. I think that one's permanent. This unplugs over here. Or not. Wait a second. Oh, evil assembly stuff going on here. These are permanently connected flat cables. They do not come out. I think. Hold on, I'm still looking. Because that crimps like that, and then it goes straight into the board. So that doesn't unplug at all. Nope. They don't unplug at all. Oh, wow. Okay. This is different. Here, check it out. So these orange connectors and the black connectors are ribbon cable that go directly into a PCB. See that? You crimp it and then you solder it, or the other way around, solder it and then crimp it. Yeah, I mean, technically you never should have to do this. That really does look like it plugs in, but I don't think it does. I think it's permanently in there. I mean, you could desolder the connectors, or you could open up, because this is IDC, so it's displacing the insulation on the wire. It would probably not be a good idea to un-IDC your IDC cables. You'd pop off the two clips that would remove this cover, and then I guess if you wanted to reseat it, you could just cut it and then place it back down on top of this, and then squish the top back down, and it'll push the cable into the pins and IDC it. Now, how are the caps looking on this 1990s thing? None of my capacitors have exploded, and I think none of the electronics were not working. We'll see what the radio itself looks like, though, when we get to that. But we're here for the flat cable. So yeah, it seems like none of this stuff unplugs. Although I don't know. This doesn't seem like it. I really don't want to like accidentally destroy something. Oh, great. Well, I hope that goes in cleanly enough. Board edge connector, huh? Interesting. So that would mean that this goes off to the, oh no, it goes to the inside side. But we got to get this out of the way first. Was there anything to like keyway this to make sure that it was connected to the right stuff? It looks like it tries to use both sides, but is there like a, yeah, okay, so there's one, the little bar at the bottom goes into the notch. So there was a house in Philadelphia that fucking exploded. 2 houses fucking detonated over the weekend, and they interviewed a guy who was just in his car with his girlfriend nearby, and he was like, we were going to the Wawa, and it was like the most like Philly accent I've ever heard. It was incredible. But yeah, he mentioned Wawa in his brief little news interview. I thought that was the most Philadelphia thing I've ever heard. Yeah, we was just gonna go to the Wawa, get a couple hoagies. I can't do a Delco accent. I've tried to do a Delco accent. My mouth does not operate like that. I don't know how they do it. Now, theoretically, I should be able to move this away now, at least a little bit. Oh, we need to unclip. There's a piece of plastic that's clipped in right here. Even I heard of Wawa. Yeah, man. Wawa's awesome. Just a food market. Just a food market. But, you know, some people will stake their life on their preference for food markets. I guess you do you. But, yeah. That's pretty good. Pretty good. All right, we got to unhook all this crap. I think that's what's holding it back right now. That one's lifting. That one's lifting. This one is not. What else is connected? God, this is an infernal fucking thing. Oh, the big flat cable is still connected. That's one thing. But we got to be able to get to these screws. Well, this is still in there. Does this whole assembly need to come out? And if so, how does it come out? It's locked. It's locked in there. Oh, there we go. That just clicked by. So now we're just being held on by the flat cable. Does this cover come out? Yeah, now that I've removed all the screws. My approach to this is that I haven't looked anything up, so I think maybe I need to desolder those three contacts. Was it a gas leak or a meth house? I believe it was a gas leak. I think that's what Pico was saying. That it was a gas leak. Be kind, I'm going to put flux on this ahead of time. Now these are big tabs, so I think we can just suck the solder out of them. I got a new Engineer SS02. I have a new solder sucker because the old one clogged in such a way that I tried to use the pin to unclog it and it got stuck. So we have a new Engineer SS02, which means I can now show you guys the claim to fame. I mean, this is a very well-built piece of equipment. Oh yeah, you guys are just testing. I can change channels now, but why would I? Yeah, seriously, why would you? Engineer SS02 solder sucker. This is a good one. This is the one that you should buy. it has silicon tube at the tip. And when you charge it, when you press this thing all the way in, there's a little nubbin that comes out of the front that'll expel any solder that's stuck in it. This thing is built out of metal, aluminum, and it's nice. It feels very nice in your hand. When it gets all clogged up, you take it apart. You can take this thing down to its component parts, and then I just use some dielectric grease inside of it that makes it work like new again. But they use the Star Trek font. It's a slightly softer version of the Star Trek font, I'm noticing. But this is, they're using the Star Trek Next Generation font. I think they changed it just slightly, but yeah, using it for years. Wexo sent in the previous one that I had. The only reason the other one crapped out is because something got in there and I tried to unstick it. So I took it apart and I shoved the ramrod down the other way, and it just froze up. So I just bought a new one for a couple bucks. But this is the only solder sucker that I've ever had work for me. I don't use the automatic soldering iron ones. I hate them. The one with the little bobble on the end that's like a whole soldering iron. The ones that have little motors in them. Those are all stupid. Basically, big soldering iron, lots of heat, put it on there, and then this thing with the silicon tip creates a seal around what you're sucking. And that seal is very important. That seal allows you to get rid of whatever's there. It allows, and also it does much better at cleaning out vias. But in the instance of what we're working on right now, we have a lot of solder to move. So I'm going to start by using the solder sucker. I don't know if I'll switch over to solder braid, but I have the very wide chisel tip on the iron, so I can get a lot of heat in here very quickly, because a lot of that heat's going to bleed away very quickly. So we put flux down, then I do that, and I clean out this thing, because it's got a whole friggin' plug of solder in it now. Rinse and repeat until it is done. This is what I was doing yesterday with the other part of the stereo, the amplifier, because the amplifier had very clear signs of corrosion on it, but none of the pins were actually damaged. They were all still conducting. I ohmed out the whole thing, and it was apparently fine, which is disheartening, because I just cannot find what is wrong with my stereo. And it's not a matter of registering something. It should all just have come back when power was reapplied. So we have the amplifier, or sorry, the receiver is here as well, along with this multi-information display. So we can hopefully give it a test and figure out what's going on. Now, it's going to be hard for us to get out those little bits of extra solder. So it might actually come to fruition where I apply solder back to these pins and I just heat them all up, because this heats up very quickly. I might just do that. This was able to become molten very quick, and maybe I can just bounce from one to the next in order to unhook them. Yeah, things like this are like a one-way street. It's so easy to do them at first, and then it's easy to apply solder to something to mechanically weld it together, but then you have to come in here and undo what you've done. There have been times when I was soldering stuff on like large pieces of electronics, where suddenly my solder blob went over to the ground plane, and once it did that, it had a path to a huge heat sink. And so my soldering iron welded itself, well, brazed itself to the circuit board, and I couldn't get rid of it. So I had to get a butane soldering iron in order to release it. That's why I have multiple ratings on a soldering iron. It's how many watts go into the tip, how much latent heat is in the type of tip that you're using. All right, so that actually, I think, released it. I think there might still be remnants of solder on it. I mean, that pulled back a little bit, like that one is loose, but these two are still on, so neuropathy. Yeah, what's up? Moving while hot? Yeah, well, these other two I can release selectively, so I guess I actually do need to add solder to these so that they stay molten a little longer, but because that one just peeled right away. These are not quite moving. Oh, wait, that one moved up. Okay. I can get this. Go. I think this one's going to fight me a little bit because it's captured with the connector. There we go. Cool. So I guess we had to do that. Yeah, I'm getting worse neuropathy in my hand. I don't know if it's that thing where if you lean your weight on your elbow, you end up pinching a nerve down here to the point where it kind of degrades, or if it is just diabetic neuropathy happening, but my fingertips like lose sensation and buzz. Feels weird, man. Talk to my doctor about it next time I go. All right, this will get out of there. So working on geophysical logging probe circuit board. Tailgate of my truck was so cold and windy that I had to heat the electric soldering iron with a propane torch. I feel like I've been there before, where you gotta torch the. Does sound like diabetic neuropathy? Yeah. The way that I get rid of it is exercising it off, but I can only do that for so long. That'll only work for so long. All right, so next part to get out here. Well, I don't think we have to do the backlighting PCB. I think that's okay. I think the next part is going to be this metal bracket that has billions and billions. Or no, I think we could just remove the LCD. But then that doesn't get us this connector. Well, no, it does. Those two will come out when we get this out. So we're going to get this whole assembly, this center sort of light assembly. Hey, Dad Dietz, how's it going? Nothing beats the bountiful bothering brought about by this brilliant broadcasting. Hey, here we go. Prime sub for 55 months. Hell yeah, Dad Dietz. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. I get tingling in my middle and index finger, but my doc thinks, yeah, the middle and index finger, yeah, there's a little bit of carpal tunnel involved in that sometimes. That's what I thought was originally happening. So for a little while, I was wearing like wristbands and stuff, but really with my neuropathy, it is like, for instance, right now, this fingertip is feeling a little weird. So if I stretch it out, if I stretch it out and I shake it out, that'll get rid of it for a little bit. It's just when I position my arms in certain ways, I'll probably get reduced. You can see how much cooler these fingers are than the other ones. Oh, just when the camera recalibrates. See that? The difference between those two? So I'm feeling a little bit here, and they're not really. These are good. There's a thing where if you press your elbow, you can get that kind of sensation, but it's also, I've had diabetes for like 20 years, so so that could be it too. If it gets worse, I'll get back on the exercise bike. Walking the dog has helped me a lot because that improves circulation and stuff. So I've also lowered the armrests on my chair to keep me from leaning on my elbows. Hopefully that'll help out a little bit. Oh great, there's a metal thing. There's a little metal thing down here. A little spring clip that has to go on the screw. So I guess we'll keep those together. Get the other side here. That looks like it goes into the plastic, I think. Yeah, so we'll get that one too. These all have these little clips on them, huh? Negative Nancy. Give you a sub to annoy old Jeff. Hell yeah. Negative Nancy. Excuse me. Jeff Bezos is just twisting in his chair right now. But thank you, Negative Nancy. I appreciate the sub very, very much indeed. That is a 15-month of Prime. Heck yeah. So far, the Prime system hasn't broken. We'll await that one with bated breath. All right, so this will probably get the rest of the LCD out of here, and then I can unclip those other two clips, the ones that go to the button PCB and the buttons that are around the volume knob. So that comes with me. This is one of those edge connectors. Very strange. I've never seen these used before. Purchases system was up and running through that entire outages. It did say that. It actually mentioned that. That's great. Okay, so this actually unscrews, but I don't really want to bother it. It's just a rotary encoder. We can just put it off to the side and work on the rest of this. Twitch chat donated. Wait, you could put in whatever you want into that thing, can't you? Well, thank you for the donation. I need to be able to read the text. I gotta bop over to the other thing. What do we got here? On the 10th day of Christmas, Twitch chat gave to me 10 units of money. Listen, I don't know what's up with that 12 days of Christmas song, but like we got 12 days and 6 of them are birds. What's going on? Why are people exchanging birds on the regular like that? Why do I need that many birds during this holiday season? I think having one turtle dove is enough to be a red flag. It's too many birds. It's just too many birds. Yeah, you gotta spread some kind of a bird disease. I actually do want to separate these out. Let me get my deep sockets. Deep sockets are good for these, or the wire stripping pliers are really good for those. But we wanna be kind and rewind, and so I'm gonna get these out. I don't need the wrench head. I just need the socket that can go around the hex thing. Deep sockets and deep pockets. I have anything but deep pockets right now. I am completely. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out of the consumerism. I'm good with capitalism for this season. I'm gonna sit out. You guys have fun with it. I'll just be here. All right, so that loosened really, really easily. I guess it was probably keyed in so it doesn't rotate in operation. But now I've got both of these things over here because this one is undetachable. So that makes this a little bit more maneuverable. And here we have the flat connector. This thing is a piece of shit. We got to replace this whole thing. This is what goes bad. And we need to drill down just a little bit further. I need to get the LCD out of this frame that it's in. So that's held in with just plastic clips. So hopefully I can just do this by hand. And then break the glass as I'm doing it. Because that's the kind of luck that I have, is that one project turns into 12. I wonder how much these things are. These display motrons. So all this is diffusing. Diffusing. There are lamp bulbs. One of them is not functioning. Wait a second. How would I do anything with this? That one looks completely burnt out. That's not good. Look at that little bubby right there. Huh, I didn't even think to like get some of these. I think you can unplug them, right? Spudger time. Yeah. We don't need a spudger. My hands are good enough at spudging. Oh, what's the issue? Yeah, the display has broken pixels on it. And so the fix for it is to replace this flat cable. And the flat cable is so horrible to replace that you need to plug it in multiple times. So we had to set it up so that it could be bench tested. So that when we tape the new cable back on, we can immediately test it. And let me look at the, hold on. MID backlight bulb E39. Can I get another one of these? Well, shit. This one has LEDs. Can I put LEDs in? I've been wondering where to order a set of these LEDs from. I found bulbs on Pixel Fix for the old mid units, but I've absolutely no luck in finding these surface mount LEDs. I have orange LEDs. I do have those. Look at these. Bulbs used in older mid units. They don't look like they're replaceable without the use of soldering, which should be fairly easy. The square surface mount LED bulbs are the ones that I'm trying to find. Pixel Fix provides the older style bulbs for around $25 shipped for 12. Concrete dunk. I don't even know what that is. You may well be able to find SMD LEDs the proper wavelength at a site like DigiKey. BMW orange is 605 to 610 nanometers. They know the frequencies. Found an eBay seller that sells through-hole straw. What? Straw hat. Wide-angle LEDs, perfect BMW color match. I believe they're advertised at 605 to 610. Oh god, you guys are tough to be around. Excellent price info. Looked around at DigiKey. Found to be really organized. Yes, thank you. First time DigiKey user. Went ahead and ordered around a few hundred. Jeez. Weeks of my package sitting in customs. It randomly. I don't want to wait weeks. E3839 mid-display backlight miniature bulb. This probably isn't an active auction. Let's just give it a shot. Let's give it a shot. Like every time. E39 mid bulb. Yeah, there they are. Kind of. 25 bucks coming from Long Beach, California. That'll get here pretty speedily. All right, I might just have to order this. I might keep it with lamps. No, they're not neons. They're actual filament bulbs. But one of them looks like it's out. It might not be out. It might actually be completely fine. But yeah, I mean, they're just bulbs in a little bulb holder. And I guess for some of the fixes, they replace them with LEDs, which have thousands of life hours to them. So with LEDs, you, of course, are permanently solving the problem. But this is a car that is currently actively decaying. So I don't really know what to what end it would be if I were to replace these with LEDs. And these are looking a little worse for wear. We'll see if they light up in a little bit. I don't know if they're 12 volts. Yeah, I mean the other thing is would well, let's take a closer look at these. My stomach is grumbling again. It's not really my stomach, it's my guts are grumbling, so I'm gonna have to take a quick break in a minute. So once we get to a point with this, we'll because we need to clean this up and get the old thing off of there. Time to find out and pop them. They get up to 25 volts and then they explode violently. Oh, you could totally just... Well, not quite. Because these look like they're in line with one another. What the fuck? Okay, input here. Avoids this one. Goes to the first terminal of these three. These three output to these three. 1, 2, 3. And they go to this second terminal. So that's one loop. It's from 1 to 2. 2 to 3 goes down and over to the first of these three and these. What the fuck? These BMW circuits, I'll tell you what. What kind of stereo do you have? It's a this kind. Can't you see? It's the BMW Business CD. This is a car radio. It's a BMW radio. God, my stomach is making some crazy noises. It's just like talking to me. It's a BMW business radio. It's basically the E39, that generation of BMW, the stock basic radio from 1999. E39, 39. And so the multifunction display is what we're looking at right now. I got all kinds of dead pixels on the thing. I'm just looking at these freaking BMW circuits. Whenever they have to do something lighting, they go just totally all out ham on it. My third brake light is about 25 LEDs. It's a bunch of it, like these are actually done in sixes, banks of 6, and the circuit is positive resistors, bank of 6, resistors, bank of 6 in parallel, resistors, negative. Why were they doing? Why were they doing it like that? And the first bank only has 2 resistors, while the rest of them have 3. It is just it's a batshit insane circuit. I don't know what they were thinking. Anyway, these lighting circuits. E36 and E39 and E46 share quite a few parts depending on the generation. Yeah. But so, all right, here's our circuit, right? Power comes in. Oh, I see. Wait a minute. A little different. Power comes in on this one. It avoids this trace, goes onto this one, into the first bank of 1, 2, 3 bulbs. Output of those 3 bulbs, 1, 2, 3, comes back down here, and it goes through 1, 2, and 3, and out to this pin. But then this pin has 1, 2, and 3 on it as well. What the fuck? So it's like from one, it would be like power, power, ground, but the ground goes to this bank. It goes to all of them. So it's a big ground. And I'm guessing that the next 2, what? Those go to one bank, and then it ends right there. There's the serial number. And then those on that pin go to, what the fuck? What is it? Huh? Those 2 then go to the top. They loop around. Oh my God. I gotta sketch this crap. Hold on. I gotta sketch this crap. Ugh! We'll just, no, I need a new, no, that's the ghost detector. I'm not touching that one. There we go. All right, so lamp. Lamp is circle. Lamp is circle. Pins going out. Hold on, shift. Yeah, there we go. Circle with pins going out. And then we get a curly Q in the middle. That's our symbol for lamp. It's a general schematic symbol for a technology that we should no longer be using. A filament lamp. So, first part of the circuit. Pin 1, up and around. 2, 1, 2, 3. 3 lamps. So we'll do 3 of these. So pin 1, hold on. We pad 1, but I guess we can just put the pads like that or something. We'll put that at the bottom of the screen. Copy, paste. All right. So 1, 2, 3. Like so. PyroEsp subbing for 47 months on a 47-month streak at a tier 1. Hey, Pyro, thank you so much. I'm about to sneeze. That's how excited I am. No, I really appreciate the support. Or I could just say like top of the connector or whatever. That could technically be pin 4 if we flip the whole thing over. Whatever. We'll call it pin, I'll call it pin 4. It should probably be down instead of up, but we'll discover that as we get further into the circuit. Let's make a little dot. We'll make that, and then I'll flood fill it. Ta-da! So this is how we sketch in MS Paint. The next, well, those 3 are connected that way. There's more connected to that, so that one might actually be a ground. That one might actually be a ground in the end. But we'll do 3 more attached to that. Take a straight line, hit shift, click, run it down. Oh, it's not quite lining up. Hold on, got a better idea. Oops. I really only need 1 more lamp on this thing, but oh, these aren't aligned. Whoops. So yeah, banks of 3, I guess, is how this thing is functioning. Neuropathy, 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 neuropathy. Okay, I'm back. Okay, so grab this, grab that, do some of this, do some of that. Shake my arms out as my fingertips get buzzy. Do a little bit of this thing here. We've got 2 banks of 3. We're not going to worry about that. Because yeah, this pin goes, avoids that one, avoids that one, avoids that one, and then it goes 1, 2, 3, and then it comes around. And it looks like it goes to this one here. Looks like it goes down this. So 1, 2, 3. There's another bank of 3 connected to it. Wait a minute, what the fuck? What is happening in this circuit board? The circuit board is weird. Is it avoiding that one or is it going to that one? It's going to that one. What the fuck? Okay, so that one goes down here, goes to 1, 2, and 3. Oh, and then it stops. Okay. Okay, so that's where that one stops. Okay, cool. So we got this whole bank on the end is that one pin. So next pin, boop, goes to 1, 2, 3. It goes only to 3. And these are ones that are not connected to any of the other stuff that we were looking at. Wait a minute. Yeah, because the one next to it does. So the 1, 2, and 3. What the what is this thing? There, there, there. And then that's it. That's it. That's where it stops. So it only goes to 3. So the next pin goes to 3 new ones. What? Wait, what? Huh? So this one's pin 5. I got 3 more lamps. This is going to get messy. This is going to get messy pretty quick. And none of those go to the other pin, right? Yeah, because it's the 3. This one avoids those 3 that are part of the next pin. But then the next pin connects all of them. Except for those other ones. Oh, God. Okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm starting to piece it together. No, this would be pin 3. Sorry. Wait, how many pins do we have on this thing? Oh, so the other one was pin 5. Sorry. Oh, my God. I'm messing up all over the place, chat. Pin 5 and 4. P5, P4, and then pin 3 does these 2. Erase, erase, erase. La 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 la, P3. Because that is what I'm understanding. We'll double check in just a sec. We'll double check in just a second here. But pin 3 goes to pin 5 and pin 4 lamps. So that's, I get a pointer. 1, 2, 3, going to pin 4's lamps, 1, 2, and 3, and then pin 3's lamps, because that's this here, 1, 2, and 3, and then, yeah, that stops there. So pin 5, 4, and 3 of that relation. Pin 2 goes to 1, 2, and 3 that go to pin 1, and then these are the ones that go to pin 5. What the fuck? Okay, hold on. So it would be another bank like this. Why is it doing that? This would be pin 2. And then pin 1 could be fashioned like this. And then we do that bank going up. I got to get over the symbol on this one. We'll just do it like, I'd do it like this. It's real sloppy, but who cares? Weird setup, huh? I mean, I guess you could like pulse them in order to get, now pulsing lamps is not a good idea. Also, if you replace them with LEDs, those LEDs need to be able to fade properly with the rest of the system so that the illumination matches. So, I mean, I should probably just get new bulbs. We'll test to see if the bulbs work, like if any of them are dead. So that's the setup. That's really weird. We've got, I guess, positive pins, 5, 4, and 2. And then we have 3 and 1 as negatives. Why pin 5 is on a bank of that many is beyond me. But so pin 3 and pin 1 are grounded, and 5, 4, and 2 are activated. Yeah, the coolant heat cycles will kill your bulbs much faster. Yep. Yeah, so that's I mean, these fucking Bosch lighting people love their parallel banks of things. The third brake light on my car has banks of 6 LEDs. So it's like you have like positive, and then you have 2 resistors, and then you have 6 LEDs here, and then those are all connected together, and they have 3 resistors, and then those connect to another bank of 6 LEDs, and then there's 3 resistors, and another bank of 6, and then 3 resistors, another bank of 6, and then those all go to ground. That's how the LEDs in the third brake light are hooked up. It's psycho. It's utterly psycho. All right, I gotta use the bathroom real quick, chat. Something triggered my fight or flight response from my guts. So I'm gonna put face cam up, and I'm gonna limp back to the bathroom. I'll be back in just a second. Let me burn the volume up on that and hit play so you know that there's audio. And I'll be right back. Overlays. Burb. There you go. Back in a sec. You guys hang on to something. This is gonna get violent. All right. Why does Bother do things the way he does things? Because that's how I do things. Seen this first time, thought, holy crap, pin 3 must be ground. PWM, I'm going to filament is bad. MS Paint, why not use, nope. Hang on, something. All right, anyway. Get rid of BRB. So I use paint because I use paint. Anyway, so we've got a couple pins. We don't know what their polarity is. These are lamps, so they don't, you know, they can be powered from either end. We can test them to see if they work. Push comes to shove, I do have a bin full of orange LEDs, surface mount orange LEDs, and what I can do is figure out what resistor to put on this thing in order to make them the appropriate brightness. That, or we can look at the thread that we were just looking at, and they might just tell us what resistor we should probably use. I could do that, but the surface mount LEDs that I have, I don't know what the light dispersal is like on them. I mean, this housing is made for lamps. I guess we could test and see, and if I have to, I can resolder it back to its original condition. What, these are like surface mount lamps. They're very strange. Look at these things. Little surface mount lamps, and I can very easily desolder these. Well, let's just see if we can test this. Is it a 12-volt device? That's our first question here. Heat up the soldering iron, remove the bulbs, plastic holder, blah, 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 blah. What was this? This one said, are these 12-volt lamps? V8? 4.4L V8? I don't know. Brand new. Commonly installed. The original lights fail. Get a checkerboard pattern of dark squares. Easy install, basic soldering skills, multi-information display repair service. Blah, 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 blah. Correct volt and amp for this specific application. All international and Canada are welcome. Darn it, they didn't give us any information about the bulbs, huh? So we're back to forums. Instead of PM back and forth, here are a few pics. This is probably not going to work. Yeah, I have to log in for the pictures. Well, it's an American auction for them. Yeah, they're shipping from California, so. Chicago Miniature CM715. There's a Mauser. Oh, the Mauser is going to tell us everything we need to know. Chicago Miniature, huh? Oh, and we've got a CAD layout. Manufacturer VCC, huh? Well, you sell 5 volts at the top. 5 volt, 0.115 amp. Which would mean that our banks are all 5 volts. So let's get the power supply down to 5 volts and let's see which one of these little Christmas tree jobbies is still working. So we're taking our voltage. Oops, volt. 1110-98765. There. We are now 5 volts. Here, get this out of the way. Put this somewhere safe, like, I don't know, on top of the pile over there. Because we're going to be working with that in a minute. This is what I'm talking about. All these problems that are just come out of nowhere. They bite you in the ace. All right, go back to my schematic that I got. It's right here. My expert schematic. So pin 5 is the one all the way at the bottom. So pin 5, I am making. Is it positive or negative? That's really weird. Really weird. I guess if I do pin 5, it's going to be, well, let's just see. So pin 5 and pin 3 as ground. So if we move these apart a little bit so I don't accidentally short something. Oh, I didn't turn on the power supply. Boop. Now I got 5 volts. 5, 4, 3. God damn it. I've already got some that don't work. They say 6.3 and 100 milliamps. Well, this is at 4 volts. I mean, I'm going off the data sheet is really what you should do. So that's 5 and 3, pin 5 and 1. Got should be 3, not the 2 on the end. So far this one's out, this one's out. They're not even the ones that are looking bad. And then if I go pin 3 to pin 4 with ground, those barely light up. This one's dead. These are barely functioning. Oh my god. And then pin 1 and 2. I wonder if... Nope, those are just like fucking dead. Yeah. Oh wait, that successfully got a bank of 3. Jeez, this is confusing. So I guess if I light them up 3 at a time, it's really weird. Like, how do I... 3 at a time, it would be pin 3 and pin 1 would be my positives. Pin 3 and pin 1 is my positives, and then they're lighting up... Oh, jeez. Yeah, pin 3 and pin 1 is my positives. So with this at positive, I get bank of 3, bank of... No, that's not the one that I should use. Bank of 3, bank of 3. How many is trying to light up? That's 2 banks that I'm trying to light up there. That's when it goes to 100 milliamps and it's unable to illuminate properly. Those. Pin 1, 2, pin 3. What about this one? Yeah, definitely have dead lights. That one's dead. Okay, so let's see here. On the bright side, you got 2 good ones. Well, okay, so if our power's 5 volts, then we can do banks of 3 orange LEDs, and we can plug it in now and see it illuminate. So what I can also do is do this. Here, we could just take this, and I can plug some stuff back in to the boards so that we can put it in... Okay, remember that flew that way. We can plug in some of this stuff, and we can get this board running on its own. Just illuminated. We don't necessarily need everything plugged back in, but we do have enough stuff that we can plug most of it back and do a proper bench test of it at 12 volts. I have that song that DJ Everyday played. It's stuck in my head. I like that song. I remember the songs that they used to play at the clubs back in my day. When I went to the clubs, they used to play all the music. Okay, so like that, remember the other guy had toothpicks stuck in these 2. I wonder if we could find out what pins that would activate and just like emulate that. But yeah, we can move this separate. Now, this is the whole point of my getting this to be bench testable, is that we can do this stuff here instead of having to move it in and out of the car. So we have the ground wire, and then all the other wires are positive. So ground there, positive, 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 ground, to ground. And then we got this one here, and we do volt 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And I need to prop this in some, because I can't do two hands. I mean, I could. Okay, guitar picks. Deploy the guitar picks. They'll never know what hit them. No, that doesn't really work. Yeah, they don't expose a shelf there. Plus, I'm not really supposed to keep them held down, so... It's like my full piano spread here. All right, so we're at 12 volts. Let's see what lamps we get. Thanks for doing it here with us. Yeah, man. Toothpicks are the recommended tool. I mean, that's what we read in the forum. I guess I could measure the voltage on these too. Oh, dear God. It's horrible. Oh, I wish I had replacement bulbs. I wish I had known about this. Look at how bad it is. Oh, it's bad. Oh, it's bad, chat. My problem with LEDs is will they fade out? We're missing a couple, huh? Hey. How do I also measure the voltage on these things? Well, the problem is I'm giving it exactly 12 volts and the car varies, so... No, it looked a little dim in certain areas. I didn't even notice it being dim in the car. Huh, so instead of this, we would be putting in an LED and a resistor for each of them, not for the bank. Because I don't want to break the circuit board. I don't want to break the traces. I just want to put this in instead of a lamp, which is very doable on this circuit board. The only remaining question is whether or not it fades with everything and whether or not it matches. And we have the diffuser that goes in front of it anyway. But they apparently, there's like, they sell LEDs that can go in. Let's figure out what the voltage is, I guess. If it is 5 volts, we still need a resistor in there. I don't know why these guys are advocating just putting an LED straight in there. What about E39 mid LED mod? I don't want a video. Everything's on YouTube now. Must have mod. Ribbon cable. Fixture mid. Business radio swap. Quad brake light mod. LED E39, the Home Depot. Huh. I'm sure there's a tutorial on this somewhere if we dig far enough, but... How about E39 mid lamp to LED? I guess mod. This was what we were just looking at? Yeah, it was what we were just looking at. Lamps. Facelift lighting. E39 source.llc. This is headlights. We actually did a comprehensive set of streams where I messed with the headlights and I replaced them with LED headlights. The problem with LED headlights, the LEDs that replace the bulbs, is that they don't have the right frequencies on them. So we had to actually put some orange filters on the bulbs to make them a little softer white, so they looked more like halogen bulbs. So they were tolerable. They were too blue for the car. I mean, the car had halogen bulbs, which are like 4300K, which is what this shop is lit up in because it's a warmer, but also just it expresses colors better. It's more of a sunlight light than the bluey kind of LED temperature. Projector fog lights, mogul screw. I think we're SOL on some of this. So I could either buy bulbs or we could figure out putting surface mount bulbs on this thing. That's going to make this project a bit more of a trip. I guess I can desolder these for now. We can work on this. Yeah. Might as well. In for a penny, in for a pound, right? 330 ohm resistors. But they're in banks. They're in parallel. Well, I guess that just makes it more current. But they are on 5 volts, so getting them to maximum current would be a 300 or 200 ohm resistor. That is correct, although it'll make my mids super bright. Let's get an orange LED. I mean, we can just find out by doing. Orang. Those will be our buddies right here, these orang LEDs. I didn't make any commentary on the frequency of the orang LEDs that I have. I do have ones with lenses on them. I don't know if those have a wider spread. They're also larger. Do I actually have orange in that flavor of LED? Yellow, blue, green, red, white. No. I have orang. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so this is it for orange. Well, give them a try. And then I just want to figure out the voltage on these if they're regulated 5 volts. So plug this in, and then I need to somehow get the multimeter to read one of these suckers. Problem with the multimeter is that I can't really clip it onto the leads. I could always solder a lead on. This is getting a little crazy. DC volts. And then I need to know where the plus and the minus is on this thing too. So, and then toothpicks are the recommended way to hold these down. I don't have toothpicks. I just don't have that kind of thing. So I gotta figure out some other way that I'm holding these buttons down. The way I could do it is by figuring out what lines on the keypad are activated, but I think it might be pulsing it. So if I do, can I wedge it from behind? No. No, I cannot. There we go. Guitar picks. Yeah, there we go. Nice and gentle. We have a test set up. My hands are free. I can now power this thing properly. So from this bank, that would be my pin 5 bank. I'm going to go minus and positive there. I got to hold this with one hand. What? Negative? Oh, there we go. So it's 4 volts. So we're still, so positive is on, pin 5 is negative, and then what is pin 1, 2, 3 is there, pin 3 is positive, pin 5 is negative, and then pin 1, pin 1 is positive. So let's just, hold on, let me power that off. And then go back here, and then we go to this, and so pin 5 is minus, pin 1 is plus, that makes pin 2 negative. I would assume pin 3 is plus, however, yeah, that makes pin 3, that has to be, because pin 5 is negative, so that one's plus, and then this one's minus, and it was 4 volts. The plus sign is not that's not what that is. That can be an index marking for the pick and place machine. That plus, I don't think it's informational in terms of what is positive and what is negative. You can't just assume that in electronics, right? Yeah, it's plus, minus, plus, minus, minus. Plus, minus, plus, minus, minus. Usually there's more index markings around it, though, so it is kind of odd that they would have that marking. But so 4 volts, let's go with 220 ohm resistors. Hopefully that won't heat up and explode. And that, by the way, that's just me dead reckoning it. 330 ohm is what you'd put to get like full current out of a 5-volt LED. I'm going with 220s because I'm seeing 4 volts at 12 volts. It might be a lot more than that. Maybe we should go with 330. Hey, Teddy Manator. Teddy Manator. Thank you for subbing with a Prime for 4 months. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, brother. Thank you so much for those subs. I really appreciate them, man. They go a long way. On this channel especially, I sort of cut my teeth on Twitch originally. I didn't have a captive YouTube audience to bring over. 1 sec. Okay. Sorry, I had to sneeze. All right, open this up. Man, this is a comprehensive bench test. I didn't expect this to be so involved. But we're going to put this to the soldering iron. We're going to get rid of all these lamps. And then we are going to replace all the lamps with LEDs. Now, we have a little bit of wiggle room because these lamps are rather large. But we'll have to make sure that our LED setup is just to the left of the pads. That's what what I was doing right there is figuring out how regulated the power supply is. If it was at exactly 5 volts, I could pretty easily say that those lamps are on a voltage regulator. But we got 4 volts, so they might be on some other kind of weird setup. I don't know exactly how they're getting power. We're going to assume that they're at around 4 volts, and that they really shouldn't fluctuate with the power of the car. But then again, they should be at the mercy of a lighting pin that goes from 0 to 14 volts. So I guess if I dim my cluster, these are liable to just shut off at a certain point. That's what LEDs kind of do when you try to dim them. That's why nowadays you have a bus line, usually a LIN bus, that is just communicating to the various boards how bright the LEDs should be. It's digitally communicating that. So we got the big iron sitting in this thing, which is good because we need it for removal of surface mount parts. So I'm going to get out the big solder, and then we need to go through and pluck out all these lamps. So I guess they need a little bit of a refresh on the solder, maybe. We'll just check. Well, that's going to be hard to get to with this big tip. Yeah, I need a smaller tip, actually, because I'm not going to be able to get into that. Easy enough. A lot of people do Bluetooth mods? Yeah. I already have Bluetooth. Somebody already did that. But my car is braking in every way possible. So this is just going in and repairing stuff that's already broken. We're going to put LEDs in it because I have LEDs. Try to keep my hands from buzzing too hard while it's soldering. It's been a thing that's been happening lately. It's fun. It's really fun. Love neuropathy. Love it. Love it. I'm going to get the rest of the head unit out of the way, since we're just concentrating on this one part. Move this thing all the way up and out. Get all the frame pieces out of the way. Hey, you give me that back, stupid magnet. Ah! Stole my screwdriver, too. Give me that back. These over here. Just try to gain back some of my space. The other problem that happens with this, what's called mid unit, is that the LCD has all kinds of pixels that go out. And the pixels that go out are because of this flat cable that we're looking at right now. How did you come to own an E39? A friend of mine had it. He said, "Hey, you want to buy my car?" And I was like, yes, I would like to buy your car. Because he is notorious for taking care of his cars. So when I got it, it was in very, very good shape. But it went from being an indoor car to being an outdoor car, which is fairly stressful on cars, especially when you have one that's old enough that all the seals are going, and then it rains for like 5 days. 40 days and 40 nights fucking rained, and so all that moisture got into my car, and now all these systems are going haywire. So these are the things that I get to deal with. I'm actually going to need these. These are the things that I get to deal with as a technical-minded person who knows how to fix cars. These are all the same type of fasteners, so I can just put them all together. I want the solder plugs that I took out. Need to gain back some desk space here. So I don't lose nothing. I don't lose nothing. There. Okay, cool. Nice and organized. Gotta be careful of these. They got 12 volts on them. So we know where the positives are. We know where the negatives are. So we can set up an LED circuit on these pins. Now, this is a sort of a last-ditch effort. I might actually order lamp bulbs because the result of doing this is that LEDs, because of the way they work, LEDs are all about biasing. They are actually diodes, and a diode, there's no better analogy, and I hate it. Diodes act like a check valve for voltage. So when you have a diode and it's properly connected with the anode to positive and the cathode to negative, A plus, C minus, anode, cathode, positive, negative, and you start building up the voltage that's going into that diode, it is going to resist the flow of current through the silicon until there's enough voltage there to move what is a boundary layer in the silicon until it lets all the current through. And if you don't have a current limiting mechanism in effect, it's going to let all that current through, and then the diode's what do you call it, intrinsic resistance is going to bleed current into heat with all of that current that's going through, and that heat blows up your diode. So what you do is you put a current limiting resistor in there. Now we have just taken a guess as to what value that current limiting resistor should be. It's not really so much of a guess because we've seen a lot of consumer electronics use that value. So now that we know where the positive and negative is, I know where to hook up the anode and cathode of each individual LED, and we can just hook them up and we can see what they look like. And then on the side, I will see about ordering my own set of lamps. Now with surface mount electronics, to get rid of something that's two terminals, you heat up both terminals, and then the thing should just get the hell out of there, assuming they haven't used any type of glue on this thing. So let's see if this just moves out of there when I heat up both terminals. I could use something like Chip Quick on it, but that really should not be necessary. This is a one-sided PCB. Now there's plastic, it's a plastic housing. I don't know if that can survive the heat of solder. If it could, I could probably use hot air on it, but it seems to not be moving. Usually I use the big soldering iron and yep, here it goes. You just got to get the heat into those terminals to move them. Hey, let go. Jeez. Thing's like really adamant. There you go. So yeah, two big terminals, and we got to remember on the opposite side of the connector is where we are able to put our electronics. So I'll just put a resistor and an LED there, and that'll be that. We'll be able to test this thing once again. Take a look at what that lamp looks like on the microscope. I gotta move my video window so I'm not craning my neck around. So there's that. Focus that in. Now I'm doing this on stream with you guys because it is kind of interesting content. Look at that, it's just in a little holder. Oh, I've got 1999 on there. Third week of 1999. I think that's about when the car was manufactured. So let's put these somewhere. I don't know where to put them. Put them in a pile over here. We haven't even gotten to the LCD yet. Not even to mention the fact that my radio is currently not producing any sound. I don't get sound out of the radio. I get everything else works just fine, but there's no sound. And so that's why I have the other part of the head unit down here on the healing bench. We'll get to that. I might stream Wednesday. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. If we do, it'll be a surprise stream and we'll still be working on my goddamn car. It looks like there's a little dollop of glue in the middle of this. So maybe I do have to break the glue. Well, in order to do that, I guess what I can do is just go under it and twist a little. Yep, there's a little bit of glue underneath that. So I just broke the glue by twisting the tweezers a little bit. So now when I go terminal to terminal, this thing will just give up and move away. Bada bing. Yeah, a little bit of glue underneath. Makes sense. They like to do that in cars. Well, they like to do that on surface mount electronics too. So yeah, just under with the tweezers until it makes a little click noise, and then terminal to terminal, and away it goes. So I guess burn the subs isn't happening this week because this is all fix my grody car week. I thought we would be doing the flat cable, but it turns out that I don't have enough bulbs active. So now we're doing this for whatever it's worth. But it'll be a permanent fix, assuming I don't break everything on my way to fixing it. What soldering iron do you recommend? It depends on where you are in terms of skill set level in the hobby. If you are just starting out, I do not know what to recommend because there are a lot of options. The TS100, TS80 are worth looking into. They're good irons. I've only used a TS100 and it rivals my Pace soldering, my Pace ADS200. Pace ADS200 is a $300 soldering iron, but if you're soldering daily, it is worth the investment in the tool. It all depends on your involvement. Yeah, the TS100 and the TS80, I haven't tried a TS80, but I know the TS100 rivals the function of my ADS200, but ADS200 always works, and there's no hacking involved in it. And it just literally is, it's just a soldering iron. It just solders stuff. And I can tip swap in record time, etc. But yeah. Man, that word, that company name is like, let's name our company CBT. Penicile is a decent one for, I'm reading that wrong. That's on me. That's on me. FX951 kicks ass. What was the other company? There's another company that everybody, I think it started with a K. Those are good too. I forget which one. Their station looks like just like the obelisk from 2001. Maybe I got this all twisted in my head. Not Hako. I don't like the soldering irons that look like Fisher-Price designed them. That weird color scheme. We didn't mark which ones of these were good and which ones weren't, huh? Is it Metcal? Might be Metcal. Some of these companies are getting way out of hand with their professional soldering iron designs. The professional soldering irons have like a USB key that you can have your personal settings on that like, oh, maybe Quick. Was it Quick? I don't recall. I guess I just don't recall. My memory is non-functional. Don't trust anything I say. But yeah, it depends on where you are. Because there's a whole level of soldering iron. Like, I don't know. Depending on your involvement in soldering, you know, how often you're doing it, what the degree of messing around you tolerate. It's the blue and yellow is, I think, Metcal, is that right? I don't know, man. I don't know. I bought the ADS200 because it was the iron that I used in the shops that I've worked at. And they had great reliable soldering irons there. So somebody else did all this research for me. I just let somebody else do the research. And, all right, $300, well, it kind of sucks, but I'll eat that cost because I solder stuff almost on the daily. That's what I did, and I haven't had to replace it. So, Metcal's just black? Okay. Yeah, the Hako, that's the one. But yeah, they do make good irons. They just look like Fisher-Price. They look like, you know, little Johnny's first soldering iron. But they work. It's hard to go wrong. The only way that you could go wrong is if you're just starting out in the hobby and you buy a full professional setup, because you're wasting your money. You really are wasting your money. It does not make sense if you're just starting out to get, you know, something super duper. Get something that has temperature control and that gets good reviews. And if you're willing to spend a little, the TS100 and the TS80 are good for just a general use soldering iron. You can do surface mount electronics with it. You can do larger stuff with it. You can do home repair with it. So it's not a bad investment as a member of the toolkit that you bring to the table. That's my opinion on it. However, if you're looking for something more serious, the more serious soldering irons are also very much catered to your own purposes. For me, I needed something that worked and would always work no matter what, and has a very easy to change set of tips, and then cheap tips, because with use comes wear. And as you wear through those tips, you want to make sure that you have an easily available replacement, at least strategy in effect. And so these tips for the paste station I can get on Amazon, I can get them on DigiKey, I can get them on Mauser, etc., etc., and they are only a couple bucks. They're like $10, $15 a tip. So as I use something like the fine tip that I'm using right now, if I am pushing that into my dry sponge, it'll damage that tip, and eventually I'll need to furnish a replacement. I have an original TS80 and the iron doesn't support USB PD. Yeah, they've made some improvements on it. I do like that it's USB-C and it can function completely off of that. That is cool. Yeah, don't get the Radio Shack. I call that a house burner whenever I see it. Hey, pass me the house burner. Those are those soldering irons that just blatantly plug into the wall. For a while, I was recommending a SparkFun needle tip soldering iron that had a little temperature control like dial on the side. But I think with the TS80 and the TS100, those are good irons to have. Just to have a soldering iron, like if you don't have a soldering iron and you know how to solder two wires together, it would be good to have that one in your toolkit, because you can get a little pattern. You can couple it with a little battery pack and go mobile. Time to go mobile. I'm getting a little impatient. I'm starting to damage them. I gotta be careful. Probably could have used flux on that. Ah, jeez, come on. Also, my hands are buzzing, so here you go. Lamps out. Bitches leave. All right, so let's get the big one. I'm gonna go back to the big one because I need a lot of heat to get in there very quickly. Use the little pincers that they gave me to remove the hot one. Put that back on the rack. I wonder which one I just used. Sam Fisher. Snake, you have to figure out which soldering iron they just used. The Radio Shack 64-053, worth the sub $100. Don't knock a proper Radio Shack. I will, and I do. Because it's not worth it. The danger of that soldering iron. I know the TS series is a little bit much for that level of soldering, but I think that's a worthwhile iron to just have, the TS series. Luckily, this car predates unleaded solder. I don't really have to do what I'm doing. This is something that I would do with unleaded solder, is just add a little bit of my own solder to this to refresh it, to bring it back up to spec. What we're doing right now is we're replacing the lamps in my MID, multifunction information display, which is what people think is the radio in this series of BMW, the E39. The MID only communicates on the K-bus. It is just a K-bus interface, much like some of the parts of the steering wheel project. It is just there to talk on the bus and to relay information from it. The unit that actually has all of the receiver stuff in it is the other part that I extracted from the car, which is the CD player, the BMW business CD player. And all that sends signals back to an amplifier in the trunk. Also in the trunk is the cell phone unit, and that is plugged into all of the various wiring harnesses. I don't even fucking know. But it's able to communicate data to the amplifier. In my car, after the battery went dead, I had no audio. Everything else functioned, even the Bluetooth adapter cell phone thing. Even that worked. So I don't know what the hell is going on. I went through some procedures to try to get audio back. Nothing worked. So that's on the healing bench as well. But while we're at it, I might as well take this unit and do all the repairs that I've needed to do. Some of the lamp bulbs have gone out. In addition to that, some of the pixels have gone out. And in order to fix that, we need to replace a massive flat cable. That's what we're doing sort of here. We discovered that a bunch of the lamps were dead, and so you're looking at the backlighting of the radio module. And we're going to replace all of these lamps with orange LEDs. See how that works. And we are not following anybody's mod or procedure or kit. We just measured the voltage, and we're going to put a resistor and an LED pair on each of these. Yeah, Radio Shack was bought, right? I had my local Radio Shack was functioning for quite a while and only recently closed. Sad. But I never really used it because it was just a cell phone store, which was really disappointing. Micro Center, on the other hand, is just a wonderful place. I would bend over backwards, swallow my own spine in order to get a Micro Center sponsorship of any type. I think I need to pull this one from the other end. Yeah, these, if you pull the wrong end on these solder braids, they get kind of tangled up in their own, I probably shouldn't touch that. They get kind of tangled up in their own stuff. So I need to serve it from the other end. I always heard Fry's was good. I went to one once. It seemed okay. I don't have any good opinions on Fry's. Crypto stuff. That's like when I looked up what, like, man, what's HTC doing with phones lately? And they're like, the new crypto phone. I'm like, well, I guess I'm not buying their brand anymore. Fry's was okay until about 10 years ago. What did they do? What I discovered recently, like a month ago, was that Fry's has basically a sleep paralysis demon for a company mascot that very, very, very closely resembles the yellow chip that I use as my emotes. In fact, it's creepy. Luckily, Fry's is fully and utterly dead, so they're not sending people after me for my branding. Because the yellow of the chip just came about because I was copying Google blobs. That's it. That's the only reason it's there. That's why it's yellow. And you know, not a lot of channels were using yellow, and yellow kind of pops. All right, let's get the flux off of this, and then we can solder a circuit down. So to do that, I use goof off. You can use isopropyl alcohol. I was sent a lot of these things. I hate them. Usually I use cotton Q-tips because cotton and paper are renewable to a degree. These are plastic and foam. It's like the opposite of renewable. I hate these. So usually I use Q-tips, but I'm using them up. Can't do anything about it. I despise these because the tip isn't really well supported and it disintegrates when it hits acetone. Ugh. They're functional. I get by with these, but I'm not happy about them. I don't have to be. Wow, I got a lot of shit in this one, huh? This is because I'm able to wipe it horizontally like this. Ugh. 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 Where's a safe spot to put this? BRB watching a documentary about Circuit City. Oh, it's making a squeaking noise. I'll put some more on it. Put some more on it. I called you a moron. So the little dot of glue is going to get in the way, isn't it? That's right where we need to put our circuit. I don't want to scrape it off because I don't want to harm the circuit board. It's in great shape. Nice tight little circuit board. I like it. Nice one. All right, cool. That's cleaned off. Just got that residual flux out of the way. Sears and Toys R Us. What are they all? Are they all shit coins now? Bought up by crypto bros. I could make my display pink. I have pink LEDs. We could just make it pink. Should we make it pink? Let's make it pink. Let's turn my car into just the embodiment of cancer. Just make it bright pink. Now it'll be orange. We'll use the orange LEDs and hopefully they don't Hopefully they match the frequency well enough, and if they don't, then I'll order a lamp kit and I'll just replace all of them. Sears I've already mourned. That's already dead. Because of the Craftsman brand from Sears. That was what we always did. Yeah, without Craftsman, what is it? The Craftsman was always good for the return policy. Everything was a pry bar back then. And, you know, something would explode, and then we just walk in and be like, this explode. And they're like, go get another one. I'm like, all right, whatever. That was the best policy. And what that did is that made us exclusively shop for Craftsman tools. So most of my sets are all just Craftsman, because you would just walk in and replace your shit if it blew up. It was great, but guess we can't have nice things anymore. All right, so let's start out. Go back to my schematic. Pin 5, which is all the way over here. Where's my hand? Vsauce, Michael here. Where is my hand? Okay, so this is minus. We'll trace that over to where it is. Boop, 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 boop. There it is. Nope. There he is. So that's minus, and then one below it is also minus. So we have minus, plus, minus, plus. That'll be nice and easy. Let us get, well, those are going to be hard to position. They're very small. Let's get the 330 ohms. 330 ohms, and hopefully these don't get too hot. Although I guess this was designed to get hot. This is for lamp bulbs. I mean, 1200. Oh, these are capacitors. What am I even looking at? What am I even doing? 1.2 mega ohms. I think that's the wrong one. Poor man Snap. Does Snap-on do that? Those are kilo ohms. Yeah, Snap-on's pricey. They're good tools, but 27 ohms. Where is the proper bin? I organized all my resistors into these bins. I don't know if that was a good idea. Probably would have been better just to, like, I don't know, keep them in a notebook or something. 330 ohms, and I got plenty of them, so we're good to go. They used to do that? Let's put the resistor on the negative. So I'll put down a bunch of resistors first, and then we'll deal with the polarity of the positives, and I'll put on the fine tip. I could do this with a big blunt tip, but we'll just put on a slightly finer tip. Surface mount electronics are so easy. I don't know why people are so afraid of them. They're afraid of the size of things. But if you get large enough surface mount stuff, it's very easy to work with. Just because everything is just right there. You got all the values of your resistors looking you straight in the face like you owe it money. It's just easy. Man, we got a lot of project to do today. Might go a little later, or I might do a Wednesday. Yeah, see, here we have another plus sign, but it's right by a negative. So the whole, oh, it's, the plus is telling you the polarity. Wrong. Wrong. Try again. Those are just index markings. I confirmed now because I see the other one. So there's two of them. There's one on each side of the board, and the machines use that in order to figure out how the Bazord is positioned. I'm making myself laugh today. I'm going to try to put the LED right there, because that's pretty much where the lamp was. So I'll probably do that, and then LED, and then a piece of wire, unless I put the LED here, in which case we're moving the light over a little bit. Hopefully it has enough room to spread out, but I think it's probably better if we put the LED right there, and then I just use a little piece of wire to go over to it. I'll actually do it like this. Maybe like that. Yeah. Yeah, because this can fully, like, reach here. And we'll just have the LED come straight down off of that. Damn it. Shit, fuck, shit, fuck. I mean, I could just put it across these two, too, but I don't think... I don't know. I don't know how that would work out. I want the source of light to be about where it was originally. So we'll try it like this. That's only for these three. I need to figure out what the orientation of the other ones is. Other ones are? Yeah, are. Syntax. Grammarlicious. All right, do that. Get these down. And we can plug it in and test it immediately, too. That's the good part about having this bench set up. Shame I don't have orange in the lensed types, because I think those might act a little bit more like lamps, maybe. Lamps just have a very wide dispersal, whereas LEDs are typically, I think, 90 degrees from the lens, because you have a chip versus a filament emitting. But these LEDs will be decently far away from what they're illuminating, so hopefully they will be in decent alignment. All right, keep moving, keep going. Little soldering tasks. At least it's a rainy day out. Has it been raining where you guys are? It has been raining for a month. I cannot stand it. It's been a very wet December. Help me work my ABS module a little bit, but that seemed to have caused more problems for me. It seems like the pump is dead again, which might mean that the MOSFET that activates the pump is bad, but I don't live in Seattle. I don't either. It's just been fucking raining all December. I don't get it. Sorry, it was my fault. I ate cookies late at night, and apparently my fucking diabetic digestive system turns simple sugars into gases. Oh wait, we're not necessarily... We gotta check to see... Those are on pin 5. These are not. So we need to check to see what the orientation of these are. Storms in the night and raining slow drizzle after that. Oh, man. So pin 3 is the other positive pin. Well, pin 5 negative, pin 4 negative, pin 2. Pin 1 and 3 are the positives. So, sorry, hold on. I've lost my my OBS. All right. So this would be 1 is positive. So then this is a negative lead. Ah, I closed my solder into one of the bins. So pin 1, pin 2 is a negative then. That's negative. That's negative. Why did they wire this like this? Jeez. That one is, oh good, that one is negative, good. And then it stops there for some reason. And then pin 3 is positive, making this also a negative. I guess they're all in the same orientation. That's nice. That means my little circuit is going to look all right. Too bad I didn't have like 5-volt LEDs to kick this off. Okay, cool. So now we're good to put the rest of the LEDs down, or the resistors down. Current limiting resistors. I don't think it's CAN bus related. I mean, I guess I could be wrong, but I'm not often wrong. I could do the circuit right here, and it would be close to where the lamp was. Like if I take this and instead put it, hold on, I gotta go the other way for this. Do it like this. And then the LED is, nah, the LED is a little low if I do that. Yeah, all right, I gotta do the triangle. Like that. Yeah, that's gotta be the way it is. I want to get the light kind of close to where the lamp was, so Let me see what that looks like. Yeah, the lamp's like huge, but it's all the way out. Most of its light is going to actually be way out here. So, and I don't think they're not pulsing the input. They're dimming it with voltage level because it's got its own pin. So I don't think it's related to. I don't think there's any digital lighting schemes going on here. What part of the stereo is this? So this in the E39, and I guess previous generations did this too. The radio isn't really what you think it is. It's a bunch of different components that are throughout the car. So in my car, I have the radio is the CD player. That's the receiver for all the signals. It then sends information out on the what's called the K bus, which is a CAN. I guess it's a CAN bus. I don't know. It sends information out on the K bus. That information makes its way either to the amplifier in the trunk or this unit right here. And this unit is called the MID, the multi-information display. There's some models of 5 series that are for like super luxury, like toting around heads of state, that have the MID mid-car so that they can, like, you know, so the passenger can adjust, the passenger in the rear can adjust the radio and stuff. But yeah, this is the MID, the multi-informational display. So this gets button presses as well as display information off of the bus and displays it. Or, you know, adds and does stuff with buttons. You get what I mean. I use Word. But so what we're doing is we're looking at the backlighting component for that screen. Screen is backlit with lamps because it was 1999, and I guess LEDs, orange LEDs of a particular frequency, weren't all that common. Then again, my 2002 BMW, or my 2002 Volkswagen used deep blue LEDs, so I don't know what the hell they were thinking with these lamps. But anyway, this uses incandescent lamps at 5 volts in order to illuminate the display. And so after 20 years of hot and cold cycles, they're not exactly happy with me anymore. So we're going in, and stupidly, we're replacing them with LEDs that I happen to have lying around instead of following a procedure. The round thing is just a glue spot. They glued down all the lamps. Orang. So we're putting the little T portion of this thing on the positive lead. What fun is it following an instructional? Well, you know, why have thing function when you could have broken thing? It's kind of look like a Mogus. It would be pretty elegant if I just put these right on top of the pads, huh? Because then we'd have, I mean, they would be off by a little bit, though. That's why I'm kind of doing them like this. Should we just do them straight across? But then, instead of illuminating at the points where all these holes are, they would be off to one side of it. And they're really supposed to be casting light throughout. Or will it matter at this distance? Might not matter at that distance. Yeah, let's go straight across the pads. Let's just see how that turns out, because I think that'll be a lot cleaner, and cleanliness would be nice in at least one part of this project. Did I lose heat? No, I still got heat. Jesus, come on, hey. And the problem would be if I accidentally short them out, which is why I might want to move them off a little bit. Yeah, I want to move them off. I don't know how big the pads are. Yeah, we'll keep the triangle. I got to keep the triangle. I mean, I could use 2 LEDs, yeah, but I don't want to put that down. Are you picking it up? My God, is this gonna fight me? No. No, it won't. Yeah, I mean, putting 2 down might be a good idea, but we're not there yet. We'll see what 1's like. We'll see if this even works. I basically need to put a solder blob right here. See, even that's off, though. That's over to the side. Ah, whatever. 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 Well, those things you suggest there would not do very well. They would, hot glue especially, I mean, yeah, it would diffuse the LED, but it would also render a lot of your light gone. Okay, this is not what I wanted. Hold on. New LED, new LED. Now, the pads for the LED were too close to that pad. I need to move the LED up a little bit, so we're going to use a new one. All these things are very disposable. So the flat part of the T is much unlike the symbol for the LED. That goes to positive. Some people talk about there being a mark on these where you can see where the anode and cathode are, but I don't see it. I don't see what people see. Why is this thing being weird? Yeah, like the LED just doesn't want to solder. I think maybe I need to, like, I really don't want to get flux all over the board. That's one thing I don't want to do. And then the solder that's left over is keeping me from nestling these two together. We'll get a little bit of flux from the solder, I guess. Here, and clean that off. Clean that off and just go on to this. One end of the LED is a bit green. And it's what people say, but I don't see it. I don't know why. If I wanted to get real crazy with this, I could expose parts of the pad and like cut it off. This is not working. I'm not going to get really crazy with it though. But I could make like a pad. I just want that solder to stick around. Hey. Hey, you stay there. God damn it. Not backwards. Yeah, not backwards. It's a little out of focus, which is bothering me, but... Okay, that's not even... That's just... What is happening there? Oh my god. Why is... These LEDs are fighting me. The solder is supposed to flow up and over a little bit, but it's just not doing it. This one's fighting me. There. That should be good. We'll leave that alone. We'll move on to the next one. That might need just a little bit of flux. I don't want to heat these for too long because the plastic lens on them doesn't like that. God damn it. Where did that one go? Oh, fuck. Where did it go? It's like gone. What? I don't... What? Where did it just... It just vented. All right, next. Oh, it's right in front of me. Here it is. What? I can't see that. There we go. Okay, so positives towards me. Flip it. Flip it. Shit. Okay, and then like that. Double check. Yeah, positive over here. Oh, I didn't put solder down. I wonder if that'll still hold on. Fuck. God damn it. You son of a bitch. Why is this iron? The iron's holding on to solder weird. I wonder if I need to clean the tip soon. Also, the board is deflecting a lot when I press against it all the way out here. So having a little bit of trouble. I don't know. I think this is kind of sloppy, isn't it? Maybe we want to just butt the LED, the LED and the resistor together and just put it across the terminals, just because it'll be a lot cleaner. Let's leave these like this, and we'll try the other method on the next two, and then we can plug it in and test it. Ow. Ow. I just hit the metal of the soldering iron against my thumb. How bad of a burn is that? Ah, not too bad. Still burn. All right, we'll try those like that. Those are a little crazy. Let's try just making these neat and clean. So I'll take this, and I'll just flip these horizontally. Don't know how to stop the solder from clinging to the tip. That's what it does. I mean, you use flux, and that cleans stuff up quite a lot. And then you're in trouble if your iron is magnetized in a way. The only problem is that this gets really close to these pads. Yeah. I use partially leaded solder. Lead, you want to avoid it. I mean, let's be serious, man. You really want to avoid lead. Especially you guys pretty much already have brain damage. So it's good to stay away from it. I have a fan behind me. I have a big floor fan that sits basically directly behind me, and it's blowing all of this smoke away. I always have the window open too. I'm always too hot because I'm a big fat ass. So all right. I'm just trying to make this as minimal as possible, but getting the LEDs to not short out. You can see on the bottom of these things, there's a pad that has a particular length. And the problem with that is that I would have to put the resistor pad and the LED pad between these two. I think there's barely enough room for both of them to coexist. I don't trust it. That's why I'm doing them off to the side like this. Damn it. Fuck. Damn it. And it flipped itself over? Yeah. Yeah, it did. We'll do a little test of these in just a second. I'll just do one bank of 3, and then we'll light it up and just see it function. And the banks overlap a little bit. Yeah, I got the hands of a surgeon and the brain of a Twitch streamer. Weird combo. Actually, I kind of want to move that up. I wonder if that actually soldered together. I kind of want to move this one up a little bit. Damn it. You know, steady hands get you to a certain place with this, but the main thing is how you position your hands. Yeah, it is. I made it tricky on myself, I think, is what I've done. I could even do like I could even cut like a little circuit board out and make that what I attach to all of these. But then I'd have to like manufacture this tiny little circuit board. So this isn't so bad. Also, the LEDs that I got are not 1206 or 0805. A 1206 or an 0805. Actually, these are 0805. 0805 is this size right here. That's the dimensions of the chip. 1206 would probably be going a little easier on myself here. But again, we're doing this out of stuff that I have. I didn't even intend to do an LED project today. But it turns out that a bunch of the lamps on my 20-year-old car radio are not exactly in functioning shape. So we got to do this. We got to do this crap. Get it up and working again. This is get out of here. You're all positioned wrong. Okay, you still have solder on the right terminal. Okay, you get right there. Just hold on. I got to take a picture. Just hold still. Hold still. This one tombstoned. Tombstoning is when the chip lifts itself like a little gravestone. Cute. The problem is that glue is like, it has depth. So as I try to slide things around, they're not sliding. They're just kind of like getting caught on the glue. This has been like mildly out of focus for a little bit. It's driving me nuts. Is that more in focus? Yeah, okay, cool. All right, we're almost ready to test. I just gotta do one more of these. That doesn't look soldered at all, now that I can see. This is out of focus. All right, come on, buddy. Yeah, see how solder is only sticking to one side of the tip? That's a problem. That's when you use tip cleaner to sort of clean it up. I guess I kind of retained control of it there, though. All right, last one, and then we'll test it. I'll try not to fiddle with it as much. Because I gotta see, like, we might need 2 LEDs on these. I don't think we will. I just want to see what it looks like. Yeah, tip cleaner is like the horrible, horrible little like shoe polish tin of chemicals that you sink your tip into, your soldering iron tip into, and it both cleans and it's a little bit abrasive, so it'll clean up your iron tip and get it ready to tin again. Usually they have some solder in it. But when your tip starts to become a little belligerent, you gotta kind of clean it up. It's like painting. Everything needs to be clean, 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 or else you don't get the results you expect. Wherever you can, I guess. Yeah, I don't have a particular source. Most of the stuff is actually Amazon for the LEDs. Probably didn't get the best price. And I probably could have waited for Alibaba, to be honest. AliExpress, because you can get that stuff real cheap there if you can wait. And then you wait for a quarter of a century, and eventually, damn it, solder just broke. Now I need to. Anyway, wait a quarter century for it to come in the mail. You forget that you ordered it, and then 1,000 LEDs are suddenly dropped on you. I hope these are all orange. And there's the T. We're flipping this one 180. Another thing that I could do, I could get away with that, is go to where the center of the lamp filament, wait, this is like, yeah, there's a lip there. Go to the center of where the lamp filament is and scrape the trace so that I have a very small, narrow pad at the very end of the trace. And then I can do these two in a row, just vertically. So if I scrape up here and down here, then I'd have enough room for this whole part of the circuit. So that's a consideration. I'd have to do that many times, but it would clean it up quite a bit. Scraping, what you do is you just run a knife over the surface a little bit, and that gets rid of the solder mask. But you don't want to go all the way down to the copper. You want to expose the copper, and then you can use it, you can tin it and use it like a part of the solder mask. Oh, ha, ha, ha. These are 0805, so they're English sized, and I'm putting them in a metric system. What was originally wrong with your stereo? A couple things. First of all, battery went dead, and then I plugged the battery back in and I get no sound. And I've tried every solution for that, including the really, really weird tap the positive and the negative terminal together when the battery's, of course, disconnected. Tried that, didn't work. I tried everything, nothing did it. And so I need to look at the transistors. Oh, wait, this goes the other way around. The transistors that are in the receiver unit, because there might be some problem with the receiver unit. We're going to take that apart after this, take a look at it. While I'm doing that, the multi-information display has a bunch of really bad pixels, and that's because this flat cable goes all crazy on you. And it's a whole big thing to replace. So while we're here, oh boy, hold on one sec. While we're here, we took a look at the backlight, and it looks like a bunch of the bulbs were out on the backlight. So now we need to kind of work through problem at a time and see what the hell's going on. So what I have is I have a bench set up where I put 12 volts into the information display. I have guitar picks shoved in the switches, and that puts it into a test mode. Cool. Nothing lighting up. Hold on one sec. 1 second. Double check. This is plugged in. Did we get the pluses and the minuses backwards? That would be funny time. That would be hilarious. No, I don't think we did. Just might not have enough current at 330 ohms to be setting these off. Oops. Oh. Well, I'm not seeing anything happen. I haven't seen heat going into this thing. We got 700 milliamps on the thing. So let me get that guitar. Let me fix that guitar pick because that moved. Would 330 be too much for this, is the question. I mean, these lamps are 100 milliamps, so we've got plenty of current here. Lamps are 100 milliamps. We got the LEDs in there with the plus going to the plus, supposedly. Let's do a multimeter and just check it out. Maybe it's not making good contact. All right, so I'll power it up again. Boop. And then we're going to go plus, minus, backwards, so it'll be negative power. 2.5 volts? Why did that change? Two and a half volts. What about these? You know what it could be doing? It might be testing and seeing that there's a bulb out. I don't think it's that smart, though. We got 4 volts when we tested it the other way. So it might, in its fade in, be testing to see if the lights are good. Because that's a thing that these do. Here, just move this over. What resistor are they using on the... They're not using a resistor on the ones that we saw. Although there's probably like an LED version and a lamp version, but we got 4-ish volts on that. So E39 mid lamp to LED mod. It could be that it's sensing the lamps. Look at the plus minus signs. See the voltages are backwards. I was holding the red one in my left hand, and I was getting negative voltage because the red probe was in my left hand. Blah, 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 blah. I might have to just order lamps. I hate to do that. Bulbs are soldered in barefoot. Oh, so he didn't have plastic holders on his lamps. You're gonna make me do all this again? All right, hold on. We got it into test mode. The unfortunate thing is that we are literally just gonna be pressing the cable on to make all the LEDs work. Or sorry, all the pixels work. We're not really getting E39 display lamp to LED. Instrument cluster. Well, I guess that's using the same stuff, isn't it? I think they're just replacing the bulbs, not actually. All right, I'll check again. I'll check again to address what you're saying. No, that's not it. That's a different lamp. All right, let's just double check. Let's double check our voltages. Boop. So, flip it, positive voltages, power on the unit. Our LEDs aren't getting enough volts, and it could just be a matter of it looking for a lamp filament and not fading it in. Oh yeah, that one is definitely backward. Well, okay, so that one needs to be flipped. That one needs to be flipped. That one needs to be flipped. That one is good. That one is good. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get a marker. I'm going to mark down. No, we're not getting it because the positive lead is the opposite on these. So, yeah, so the positive lead is the other one. Plus here. Plus here. Plus here. Plus here. This is just idiot proofing it. I might lose these markings as I work with these, but now this one, it is the opposite. So now I'm getting negative from this, which means that this is positive because that'll get 2 volts. Okay, so then this one, check this one, check this out. Plus. The plastic is just going to cover that mark, so it's not like anything bad will happen. Cool. All right, so now I have a mark on all the pluses. The cassette deck is broken on my E39. I don't have the cassette one. I have the business CD. Moving up in the world. All right, so we need to flip it. We screwed it up. Oh yeah, meanwhile, I probably shouldn't leave this thing powered. There we go. All right, unplug this so I can move it around. The car is becoming subject to much water damage over time. It's just so annoying. So I'm just going to flip the LED on these. Yeah, I can come up with another solution some other time, but to be fair, I do kind of like my thought of exposing pads. 6 CD in this trunk and the cassette on the dash. Yeah. Well, hey, you can get one of those tape adapters and harken back to a simpler time. The Android head units are actually really good looking. They integrate with the OEM looks pretty well in these cars. That is facing a completely wrong direction. Yeah, my third taillight went out. I have the station wagon, so third taillight bit the big weenie in the sky. Right before all of my holiday travel, too. This has gone wrong. This has gone very wrong. Oh, yes, this has gone wrong. This is why I'm thinking, like, exposing the pads is going to be a lot cleaner. There'll be a little bit of scrapey, but well, I just want to see what this looks like, and then I'll make a determination of whether or not I want to place the scrape up pads in order to either add more LEDs or to properly align the light sources. Being a stickler for this kind of thing means that I have functioning LED headlights. We worked on that here. I had to do a little bit of machining. I probably could have done a little bit of 3D printing, to be honest. But I did a little bit of machining, and all of the LED lights are in the right spot. And then we had to add theater gels to the LED lights in order to block some of the blue frequencies that they let out. And that way they're a nice warm 4300 K that people don't notice on the road because they cast light in the same directions and they're not overly harshly blue. Blue. Yeah, the wagon's nice. I'm not in love with the look of the front of it. It's pre-facelift. Post-facelift, I still don't like. I would rather have an E36 wagon, but they don't sell them here. We don't get those in America. And I suppose it's old enough that I could probably import one at this point. Ever think of commercializing any of your mods? Not really. That's a lot of responsibility. And if I make too much money in a year, I get bumped off of my wonderful health insurance. So I need to be careful. But if I thought there was enough of a like a leap in monetary earnings, I could commercialize something. It would be kind of fun. I would probably have to do certain factory processes in order to make lots of circuit boards. A kit would be something that I would really like to come up with, but I just don't know what. I don't know what kit I would do. Wow, this is a mess. This is a mess. Maybe we can make that work just for now. I say for now, but if this works, it's a permanent fix. All right, flip this one. We already flipped this one? No. The only problem with making the E39 LED illumination is that it constantly pings the filaments to see whether or not any of the bulbs have gone out. Maybe there's a way to disable that system, but when it pings those headlights, it ends up flashing them, and that's mucho illegal. Very, very illegal to have flashing headlights on your car because it is impersonating an emergency vehicle of some type. It's called the wigwag. Call that the wigwag for some reason, because cops are psychos, I guess. I don't know. So when I'm at a stoplight and there's like a cop there, I'm sweating. Like don't, because when you stop the car, it does, the lighting module does a lot of like pinging of the different things, and so I can see in people's rear view mirrors, I can see my bright my high beams like briefly illuminate. It's like, oh no, stop it, stop doing that. I'm gonna get arrested. That one's facing a weird direction. We'll see if, I mean, it might just be that, you know, if LED equals yes, there's enough light in the chamber to illuminate everything. I'm hoping that's the case because, man, getting these to align tightly is not happening. Yeah. Well, look, if it flashes like an emergency vehicle, that's like, the cops really get you for that one. Oh my God, this LED. Stop screwing with me. Oh God, oh God. It tombstoned. All right, should be able to get a little bit of extra solder in there. God damn freaking. Sorry, recently I've had more problems with neuropathy than before, and it's very slight. But if I'm doing stuff like this, like holding my hands in a particular position to solder and keeping them steady, it seems to flare up, and so my fingertips just feel sort of a disconnected buzz to them, and I don't get any nerve feedback. But I can still move the muscles, so it's just weird. It's uncomfortable. So if I just shake it out, or if I just change positions, it all works itself out. All right, back to this. Know how that feels? Yeah, my toes are doing it too right now. Fun times having diabetes since you were a teenager. Nope, wrong way, wrong way. This goes in this way. And then we power it up. There we go. That's not a lot of light compared to the lamps. Oh, I can see it pulsing them. And those lamps were brighter, weren't they? Well, I guess we got to put it to the test. So that goes through this. What direction? Does it go like this, or does it go like that? I don't know. I don't know which direction it goes in, but... And that's an okay amount of light. Does it clip in? Oh, yeah, there's a little dot there. Okay. So we can line it up with the dot. Line it up with the dot. And then I can put the diffuser over it. Probably should have left lamps in one side as a comparison, huh? And then I had to turn the lights out in order to be able to see it. Whoa, the frame rate's screwing with that one. Yeah, let's see how even the light is. So if I turn this off. Hello? 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 There. Turn that off and turn off the lights here. That seems to be a lot brighter than it was. I mean, it is pulsing those, which is probably why the multimeter got a weird reading on them. It looks solid from my perspective, though. From my perspective, it's actually the Jedi that are evil. So yeah, those are long chambers for the light to go through. So the light is spreading out and it's evening out. So this will do. Does it look like the BMW orange? I think so. But I guess I'll see when I put it in the car and it doesn't match anything. At least it has this as a final stage. This orange, you know, diffusion as a final stage to go through. That's so weird how they're pulsed like that. Okay, good. We're good to go for the rest of them. Oops. Lights toggle. I'll turn this one back on. Oh my God, this is gonna take me forever, isn't it? That's okay. We'll do a proper length stream. It just means I can't see my beautiful puppy because she's so cute. This has really made me want to build a car from scratch. Just like, you know what? I'm going to do it my way. I'm going to use shitty parts that you could find off the shelf. That's like if you, for the road rally, one time we took a domestic car with a 350 in it, and the parts for the car were actually available at, like, not even behind the counter at the auto parts store. We're like, we need like a head gasket. And it's like, oh, that's aisle 4. We're like, what? Huh? Wait, what? We could just buy the parts? They're just right there? Also, buy a new car? Are you fucking kidding me? Cars are appliances these days. There's nothing special about cars anymore. They fucking suck. Cars are... We're done. We're done with cars. Cars are a thing of the past, man. The involvement that I get from doing something like this with my car, where I just find something that's wrong, and the level of technology is exactly the type that I specialize in, so I can do things like find LEDs in my shop and just put them into this piece of the car, instead of having a completely specialized, bespoke, one-time only, manufacture-only unit that is unrepairable by you because they don't sell spare parts anymore. It's, you know, I don't know. Cars feel like appliances now. Like, what's going to happen when, like, all these nav services, not nav services, but like the auto drive service is eventually going to be discontinued, right? You're going to buy an old Tesla, batteries are going to be completely dead. What do you do? It's an appliance. You don't see a lot of people out here looking for old iPhones. Twitter car. Meme Man. It's Meme Man and his mountains of bunny. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for ruining my feeds all the time with your stupidity. Okay, there's that one. Do this one. This will work out. I think this is going to work out. I don't know if it's going to look amazingly like the original. I think it probably will. But, you know. You open the headlight, a micro switch, open it. Here's the keys stored in RAM that allow it to function. Oh, God. What's the fluid that comes out of the PCB? Huh? What do you mean? There's only a couple chemicals at play here right now, and it's flux and solder. My two go-tos. Damn it, hold on. Come back. I might not even have needed to do this little angle thing. Oh, my hand's buzzing. Damn it, diabetes, give me a minute. Ugh. See-through water thing. Probably talking about flux. Yeah, any other fluids are coming out of my body. Or none. Okay. You know, this would have gone a lot cleaner if I just did the scrapey thing and scraped up here and down here, and then I would have had enough distance on the pads. This is okay though. This works. Will it stand up to the vibration of my car? Probably. Surface mount's pretty good with vibration. I mean, these lamps, they glued down. Not really certain why. Will it stand the heat of a car? Of course. Of course it will. All right, next. Will it dim with the lights in the car? No. No, that's going to be a no. They're probably not going to dim with the lights of the car. They'll outlast the car, but if I try to dim my console, like if I'm driving at night and I'm like, you know what, I'm going to turn this down a little bit, that's not really going to happen. They'll just turn off because LEDs being diodes, they have a voltage threshold. Modern cars, of course, using LEDs all over the place, will actuate the LEDs via PWM, pulse width modulation. I'm going to say modification, Jesus Christ. Pulse width modulation, which are just on-off signals going to the LEDs. And since the LEDs are a solid state thing, they're fine with being switched at a high frequency. Yeah, the inconsistency of the positioning here is kind of bad. I think maybe, well, I don't need to do the scrapey thing. I don't need to do the scrapey thing because those chambers are so huge that they're just automatically getting filled with even light. Hello? Why? What the? What? All that work that I just did. Oh my God. Get out of here. You're soldered in the wrong way. You son of a bitch. Can't believe you've done this. Can't believe you've done this. Get out of here. I guess what I could have done is just soldered that and then I can move it. Yeah, here, wait, I can do this. What are you, what? Please. Clean the tip off a little bit. Try it again. Actually, you know what I need to do? I need to do this here. This is just, it's been messing with me this whole time, is that the half of the tip is functioning and half isn't. The Radio Shack tip cleaner, tinner and cleaner. This stuff is not safe. Full of chemicals. We'll just do a little bit of that, a little bit of this. Clean it off. Good as new. Eventually, when it doesn't clean off properly, it will be time to throw this one in the bin and replace it with the exact same kind. Okay, so now the whole tip is a functional soldering implement. And that goes nice and smooth. Dead bug the LEDs with gold wire? What? I mean, what I could do is make a bunch of the LED stacks with 2 wires sticking out of the side and then just plop them down and solder them down to these pads. That would be more... That would probably be a lot cleaner looking, to be honest. I could have just like taken these down to the heatsink that I have and soldered them directly like right here, and then done a wire at a 90-degree angle coming off of them, and then that would allow me to place it like here. That would have worked well. I am not going to do that though. That would be nice and clean. That would be really, really clean of me to do. The light that I saw from this wacky job that we're doing right now, even in this wacky orientation. Okay. You son of a bit. Okay. All right. Hold on. Getting mad. I'm getting mad. Getting mad. Getting mad. Don't get mad. Get everything. Okay, so there's that. And then I can just do this. Ta-da. That's true. I could actually reuse the lamp holders. I don't need to do all that, though. Why did I do that? If not just to keep lamp holders in the position down here. I think I just found the meta of what I need to do. I need to solder these at a right angle, and then I can adjust them. So just get that here. Like that. Blop a little bit of solder in there. Nothing is going to stay still while I solder, though. Oh, I'm shaking. There we go. Yeah, now I can just like adjust it. I'll clean it up in just a second. Here, get over here. No, oh, too much heat through the resistor. Resistors tend to wick heat through them very easily. And so you can end up soldering both sides by accident. Good enough. It really is good enough. I'm not going to go much further than this on this backlight. This is not supposed to be part of the project, and we spent so much time on it. Why don't they resist heat? Well, because they're little conductive things. I don't know. Ohms don't equate to insulation thermally. They're ceramic? Whatever. Whatever. They're ceramic. Boogie, boogie, boogie. All thumbs. Oh, it's supposed to be a joke. You gotta put kappas on there. Kappa is very important. Then I know when people are joking. Well, being sarcastic is what kappa is for. When I first came to Twitch, I didn't use kappa, and I just said stuff that was so dumb that it was sarcastic, and nobody got it. I had streamers taking it seriously, and I was like, ooh. And people are like, just use kappa. Like, oh, Okay. That's one of those weird Twitch culture things. All right, this is not really working. It's not really soldering. All right. I don't want to poke the top of the chip with a soldering iron, but that's my only other movable thing. And since flux has gotten on the tweezers, they are one. Yeah, that was like really on there. See if I can't add a blob of solder. That's kind of now I don't know which direction it's in. Big blob of solder. Grab your LED. Dozy do. Other way around. I probably should have made a bunch of these with wires coming out of them at right angles. That would have been a better idea now that I'm thinking about it. Why isn't that sticking at all? I might need to add flux. There we go. What's a kappa? It's an emote, and it denotes sarcasm. It's also, I believe, one of the early. Was it the founder? No, it was somebody from. What was it called? Justin TV? Maybe? I don't remember. I don't know. I don't know anything. I don't know nothing about nothing. I can't tell you nothing, officer. I know nothing about nothing. There we go. Oh, last LED. This has been a trip. Come back here. Flip, drop, twist, twist, grab, check, good. Okay, so this is all the way on the end of the board, so it's actually like springing down when I press against it. That's why it's liable to fire an LED in a direction. Please. Yeah, I don't think there's enough flux down there to affect. This is the frustrating part about what I'm doing right now. Ugh. Hands shaking a little bit. All right, all right, all right. And then flux sticks the LED to the tweezers. So maybe my special method of soldering this and then adjusting it into place, not the best idea. I could have even used conductive tape to make the center pad for the two, and that would have been really, really clean. Just lay down a bunch of conductive tape and solder all the LEDs and resistors to it, or the LEDs, yeah, the LEDs and resistors to it, and then move it over to here with wires. Well, hindsight and all that. When the tweezers get full of flux, they start sticking to stuff, and that is my maximum frustration. I'm so mad. No. Flip. Let go. You know, like sometimes, you know, I don't even, what even? All right, I'm gonna wipe off the tip of the tweezers. Something weird is going on there. Where's the LED? There it is. No, let go. I'm maybe if one of them's out, it'll be okay, right? Right? If one of them just doesn't doesn't work, if one of them's just permanently out, maybe that's okay. Maybe that's okay. Fundamental forces of rage. I'm experiencing them. This is the Lorenz rage. It like doesn't solder when I need it to. Those are stuck together. I will resolder that, but now I can do this. No. Why? 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 Okay. Oh, well, the LED doesn't hold in place. That's the problem. So to hold it in place, I now have the big pad that won't get as hot as quick. So now I've got all that flux and solder that gets up onto the pads there, and I can jump over to here and I can resolder this and make sure that it gets good contact. But the resistor with the big pad behind it was holding all that heat in, and all that heat would get through the resistor and go to the joint where I'm relying on the solder to make my contact. I think maybe I need to do, well, I'm not going to do that right now for sure, because that's another like hour of work. But if I did them in a line and I soldered a bunch of these in a line and had wires that go out horizontally. Anyway, let's see what this is like. Boop. See if any of these shorted out or anything. Ah, my thermals. Why would I troll you guys for content when I've got so much work to do? This thing, the dual lock is just not sticking on that thing. Okay, yeah. So this thing here, flip that over. Then that goes like this. And then this, like this. We'll just a loose test just to see that the light gets there. I don't remember which direction this thing faces. Wait a minute. I think the smooth side is up. There's a little catch there too. Bump, 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 bump. I think it goes this way. Bump, 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 bump. Yeah, there we go. See how flat that is? Perfectly flat. Okay, and then we power it on. Nice, even lighting. Doesn't look that even for you guys, but for me it is nice and even. You guys are seeing madness from these lights, but I see nice, even orange lighting from it. So, you know, the LEDs being all the way to one end doesn't really matter, because the light has so much space to diffuse. And then it has to go, you know, it illuminates this thing. So that looks pretty good. Sorry, I'm farting in the background here because I ate sugar late last night, and my body, somehow my body's defense mechanism against sugar is to turn it into gas. Don't know why. Don't know why that's the case, but here I am, farting again. Okay, so we did one part of this. It only took us till 4:45. Oh, man. That only took us till 4:45. Jeez. Spending all my damn time. This is something that I needed to solve anyway, because those lights being out means that your display is unevenly illuminated. So we've at least got that. Now I need to get into the LCD part of the LCD display. Double check that these are all illuminated. Are they getting hot? No, they are warm. Not even a little bit, compared to what was there before. the blinking and the flickering, it's because they're being powered very quickly. The banks of them are being powered alternatively and very quickly. I'm going to get the flux off of here for when we get, for when I put everything back together. Usually I leave the flux, I don't care, but I just want to make sure that it's clean. It's not really a refresh rate, it's just that they're being pulsed because they're all on different, I would assume they're saving something by pulsing them like that. Okay, so, what, brain? Hello, brain. Flux, yeah, get the flux off. Get the flux out of here. Yeah, and because the camera is 60 hertz, that is picking it up as it scans through the frames, and it'll pick it up in a weird way. This is designed a long time ago, you know, and I guess, I don't know why they're pulsing lamps, per se, but that's just what they decided to do, and it shows up on camera really well. This is a little bit of acetone, orange flavored acetone, otherwise known as goof off. Jesus Christ. If my butt could stop farting for 5 minutes so I could think. There's a mod for Mass Effect 2 that restores all of the Miranda butt shots. Or wait, is that 3? Whichever one has Miranda in it. I thought it was 2. Might be 3, whatever. But there's that one that restores all the butt shots, and then there's the butt farts mod that makes her like do a little every time her butt's on screen. So if you're gonna play that game, you gotta put both of those mods back in. You know, you gotta bring the game back to the state where EA released it, where Miranda was had her butt basically in the entire shot, and it was just her farting. Well, it turning on and off, if that's what you're calling blinking, it's because it goes into the bench test mode and then goes out of the bench test mode and then it goes back into it. So it actually leaves that mode and comes back. That's why they turn off and then turn back on. That's an artifact of us having it on the bench. Okay, there. That looks moderately new. I mean, it does look like some asshole took it apart and soldered all over it. All the LEDs are a little bit off of where they should be. I could scrape traces and make this look clean and professional, but it's behind several different layers of partially opaque plastic to the point where that's not worth it. I just don't have to do that. So what I'm going to do is put this thing back together, put the 3 screws in it, and we will move on to the next part of this. And we'll see how far we get with it before it's closing time around here. Now those, they all just barely fit, or do they not fit? Uh-oh. Hold on a minute. Could have a problem. Troubles, troubles, troubles. Troubles and struggles. Is there just naturally, there's naturally just a little, yeah, there's just naturally like a little gap there. Who's nominated to upload your schematic to an obscure E39 forum? I haven't signed up for any of those forums. It kind of should be, but I don't even know if this will look right when we put it all back together. Like when I get it back in the car and I'm sitting in the car at night and I decide to like mess with something, or just sit down and just look at it, it could be that I'll be like, this is shit. Like, oh no, this is shitty. Now, did this get a different type of screw? No, I think this gets the big ones. There's a different type of screw right here, but I think that's the one that holds the circuit board to the frame. There's only 2 types of fasteners so far, although there's 2 of them over there too. Well, we'll just have to keep our head together, try to figure out which ones go where. Some of them are a slightly different tint than the other ones too. Should have kept them more organized. Now I'm in a position where I have to play the screw guessing game. I got 4 of these ones with the machine threads. Hey, come back here. Yeah, it's 4 of those with the machine threads. those over there. These are, going into plastic won't require machine threads. This one's a lighter color. Two of these are a little darker. See what some of those are the ones for that. Another one of the lighter ones. 3 of the lighter ones? Yeah, I think the lighter ones are for inside of the unit. Maybe? Hold on. I'm just looking to make sure that I'm putting the right fasteners in the right spots, and they're kind of mixed up right now. Yeah, I think I'm good to use these. Okay, so we'll put these back over here. It's a little different. No, they're the same thing. All right, let's put this back together. Our orienting marks, like show. Hello? There it goes. Okay. Ah! Fell. Zen and the art of E39 repair. Okay, there we go. That's lined up enough. I'm just worried that my resistors are hitting up against the plastic, but I don't think that's the case. I think there's just naturally a tiny little gap there. Probably wanted airflow so that these things don't overheat. Because they are, after all, they are just lamps. We're just lamps. Now we're LEDs. Power of technology is on our side. Took my GM radio out. S10 due tomorrow, so you can add Bluetooth to it. Yeah, right. You can't afford my time. My time's worth quite a bit. I'm an engineer. I'm a big boy, and I deserve money for my time. Okay, so there's the lighting module back together and quote-unquote functional. It's at least a little brighter under the voltages that we gave it. Who knows if it'll blow up when I put it in the car. I don't think it will, because there's a bit of electronical whiz-bangery between the LED backlight and the actual LCD. But now on to the problem of the day, which is the LCD. Now we can unhook this thing. I'll turn off the power supply. Unhook it until tomorrow because, oh boy, we got a lot of work to do. So for those of you that didn't know, the LCD display does a bunch of different stuff here. It's got a couple different radio displays on it, and they're all sort of put into bins. You have buttons under this, and so each of these bins is a different, right or left of the button, and then you have your information display on the top. This, in my opinion, is superior to the nav screen because much like any reasonable modern car, any new car that you would buy today, the nav screen goes out of date. Something like a clock and a radio station, those are going to be around for a long time. But when you put a nav display on there, that ages as fast as your iPod, and cars don't age that fast. So it is a big problem. I hate nav in cars because it ages so much faster than the rest of the car. Anyway, this as the superior system, unfortunately, also is subject to rotting over time. So what we have is this big flexible cable that connects directly to the LCD. Problem with the big flexible cable is that it goes bad. Parts of it don't connect as well. And so you get rows and columns in your display that don't exactly connect. Now look at that. This is all taped on. Interesting. Well, that's exactly how we're going to hold this thing on, is with tape. Copious amounts of tape. And we're going to take this rubber here too, this big strip of rubber. Nav systems got beat out by phones. Yeah, they're not really that useful anymore. So we got to carefully peel this off. Well, luckily this one comes nice and easy. I would much rather this be a soldered flat cable, but it is a press fit cable. So lucky for us, we can put the display into test mode and figure out if I did it right each time we do this. So we disconnect it here, and we got a particular way to tape this back on. Yeah, my folks were using Garmin's until recently. I mean, they were like printing MapQuest maps too. All right, getting this thing off is going to be a trip. Is it taped on? No, it's over the tape. See, this is that pink, there's the pink piece of rubber, and then there's the cable, and then there's the tape. I guess the pink piece of rubber is how this thing sort of presses. I gotta bend that back into shape. Jeez. All right, well, that goes there. This goes here. And then we get the other piece of rubber. Careful. Now, you're supposed to like do a center mark on this thing so that you can line up the center mark, but we have a microscope. I think we'll have a better time with the microscope. So I think I'm just going to peel this thing up. Make sure not to like crack the glass or something. I think there's 2 pieces of tape. Yeah, I got to rip one piece in order to get the other one off. Pretty solid piece of LCD though. There it is. Point of no return, folks. There's always that point in a project where there's no return. Oh, that's wonderful. I like this because I can't really scrape it. Well, I shouldn't really scrape it anyway. I think you can use acetone on it. But this guy, look at this. A nice thin sheet of glass. The way LCD screens work is you have 2 pieces of what is called polar paper, and it has this effect whereby it polarizes the light. Neat thing about polar paper is in spite of polarizing it in one direction or the other, when you interrupt that polarization, you can get weird effects that kind of defy physics almost. I don't know what exactly the physics behind it is, but you can actually make parts of this screen transparent. Or you could take this polar paper and you could flip it, and then it would actually make the digits opaque instead of transparent. I had a lot of fun with my my TI-83 back in the day before it got stolen. Screens in cars are getting awful. The 11-inch screen that exists to remind you to renew the Sirius XM subscription. Ew. So, in order to do this part cleanly, all right, in order to be able to do this part cleanly, I probably need to bring a different mat in. I might need to bring the hot air mat up to the top here so that I can properly tape everything down without like getting detritus all over it. Now I need to clean this thing off too. This thing is an absolute mess. And I guess that's the back. This is the front. I'm going to start off with paper towels and Windex. I'll just get a nice, that's a note from me. I'd swap that thing out. This is what you do. This is how you fix it. We're healing. This is healing. Everything will be great. So we had a follow-up puppy training class last night for the dog. We're training her with quite a few things at once. She's doing okay. She has a lot of anxiety at training class. But the funny thing was, at that class, there is a Great Dane puppy that's younger than her, younger than our little corgi. The corgi, everybody commented, grew horizontally. She's longer than she was before. The Great Dane looks like it didn't grow at all, except that its legs got larger. So it is now just higher off the ground and just as clumsy and silly. Great Danes are great dogs. I really like them a lot. Very cute dogs. They're very lazy, which is good. It's a lifted Dane. The Danes. I mean, somebody said you can clean this with acetone, but I don't know what that will do to the partitions on this part of the screen. So I'm just giving it a nice wipe off here. I want to be careful about the pressure that I'm putting into this thing because I don't want to crack my my beautiful screen. Looks like there's some like permanent damage to the back of the glass in certain areas. But I guess you're not viewing it through those parts, but like look at that. Strange. You think they're sputtered on? I don't know. They look like etched. They look a bit etched. I think there's like an adhesive or something that's plaguing this. Looks better when it's wet. And then it dries off and it looks like crap. All right. I guess the bench top is okay. I need to clean this off first. I need to scrape all these traces off. We'll see how far we can get with this thing today. So right now, there's a bunch of plastic on there from the cable that used to be on it. I need to get that off. What do we have in regards to plastic scrapers? I don't want to use metal on this. The Fellows tutorial I watched used a credit card. I can snap a guitar pick in half and make a nice flat scraper with it. I also have one of these plastic thingies that I never use. You're supposed to get into stuff with. That's actually a pretty decent scraper. It might get ruined by scraping, but let's just see what we can do with it. Now, the last thing that I want to do is break this glass. It's not doing anything. Yeah, a little spudger. I don't really have anything that I can put under this that'll support it. I'm afraid that I'm going to break this thing. Because this isn't doing anything. It's not really scraping properly. I don't know if I can use a knife. I don't think I can. Because those are traces and we don't want to damage them. You see the little partitions that the gleam of the lights is revealing. So one person said acetone. I have goof off. I really don't want to damage the screen though. Let's just carefully put some along there. Well, the problem is it's not, the acetone would affect the plastic. I don't know what it would do with the interlayers of glass. And then the polar paper that's on the glass is also plastic. So that might be bad. Yeah, okay, all right. I don't want to, scraping with a knife I think is out, right? Because that will damage the traces. I have Windex on this thing, but that's not going to do anything. Yeah, the methyl ethyl ketones. Ew. Credit card is of course a much stronger scraper. Let me cut this guitar pick and see if I can't make that into something that'll scrape nicely. That looks a little concave. Let's see. Oh, that'll do. That'll do just fine. That was effortless. And so that reveals the traces below. Perfect. Look at that. I made a little hook and everything. Anything left over here will affect the performance. So we got to make a good effort to clean this properly. See, that's exactly what I was trying to do, is make something flat that I can come up beside the plastic with and scrape it from the side instead of from the top or the bottom. Scrape it from the bottom, yeah. Go through the, I'm going to clip through the glass. SV cheats is equal to 1. No clip is equal to 1. Is that gold? No, it's beige plastic. This is from the 90s. Beige plastic. Neuropathy. Ay, ay. Lot of pinching. Yeah, we didn't deal with a lot of gold. No, I don't. I heat the pick. What's up with you guys and all your good ideas? Good idea fairy has visited us in the form of chat. Why don't you collide some atoms together and that'll make a wormhole that will allow you to scrape things a little better. I don't think so. Not a significant amount. You get more gold from the pins that they used to put all the electronics together, and like slightly more modern electronics, because those are coated. I don't know what the process was, but it's not like a lot of gold would go into them, because the gold that goes into them is like deposited on there. It's like part of the, as part of the etching. I mean, I guess the gold bonding wires, but that's still not a lot. YouTube video about people gathering old CPUs to melt down the gold. Yeah, I don't think it's that significant. Maybe if you're really penny pinching, you're really in kind of dire straits. 1 gram. Yeah, maybe the processes have changed. Man, this is a big screen to do. I'm afraid that I'm gonna like hurt the pins, but the pins are I guess the etched, are they etched or what? I don't know how that works. You look into LCDs a bit more and learn exactly how they work, because it does seem to be cleaning up very nicely. I can see the little pins etching, but yeah, I don't know. See, that's the thing, is I don't know. If I use a razor blade on it, I can just shoop, you know, get rid of everything, and it would work great. But the mechanical scraping, I think, might damage these guys that I want to preserve, because I need to connect to them. I don't know how that works. And I certainly am not going to trust a random Twitch chatter to tell me. Hell no. Oh yeah, you can just do that. And then they leave forever, never to be heard from. This has lost a little scraping ability, I think. Like one of the YouTube comments was saying that like maybe scraping it a little too hard damaged it. Those are the traces that lead to the parts of the polarization on the liquid crystal stuff. So, but I don't know the specific technology behind them, and got to work within their bounds. But man, we have not cleaned off a lot of this yet. And the pinching action is not helping me. Ancient technology that's lost. No way, man. We still use the same principles to do RGB displays. Sorry, LCD monitors and shit. Still using this stuff. Just much smarter people do it. I'm not gonna hug it. Oh, mercury. Oh. My mercury cougar. No, they don't really. I mean, yeah, I could probably buy like a junkyard screen, but what they do is they sell a kit, and you tape this thing on very carefully. Tape this on very carefully and replace the clips, and then this is your new cable. And we put the display into bench test mode. So what we're doing right now is we're getting rid of the old one. This is the problem. This one just deteriorates over time, and that's why banks of my pixels weren't working. So now we clean off all these contacts, and I tape the new one on, press it in, put it all together, activate bench mode, and then we see whether or not it works. It's a lot of things to line up. Well, yeah, what they do in other LCD displays is they will have a rubber piece that has, similar to all of these lines on it, it will be a piece of rubber with conducting strips in it. And so when you press this specifically up against that piece of rubber, it will make a bunch of vertical connections that might not necessarily align with all of these pins. But as long as they're there, you know, you might have like two of them align with one of the pins, and then there might be one in the middle, or there might be none in the middle. But it's much easier to align and press together. And then the pressure on the front of the screen into the rubber makes it for, you know, like a slightly flexible and just a good connection. It's a much better connection. It's much easier to work with too when you break an LCD down to component parts like this, not having a cable there. What's the alternative? What are you talking about? You guys leave the jokes to the streamer. Those might just be like conductive printing. I'll use a nail to scrape this. Well, that's what this is. My virtual nail. No! I just don't want to put any force downwards into this because I don't want to pop this this piece of glass off. I am having to press down just a little bit though. My hand is cramping. The sticker has the leads on the glass etching. No. Oh, is it just show where it's supposed to sit? No, these are conductive traces. They're just printed on this cable. Now there's probably like a jig that I could put this thing into so it'll line up. I don't know why they print this specifically, but yeah. You use only got like solder wires to this thing. Yeah, the cleaner I get this part, the better of a time we're gonna have actually getting it to work. People are saying that it takes a couple tries to get it to properly connect to everything. But I think if we just work this piece and make it very, very clean, I think we'll be in good shape. Orange device. I don't know what you mean. Oh, my hand is crampy. About halfway through scraping this thing. I'm not like, sometimes it does great and other times it just slides over it. Multimeter? Yeah, I could check on the multimeter to see if they're conductive. I mean, I know they're conductive. There's no doubt in my mind. Where is this? There it is. I really don't want to press this thing down. I want it to just catch the edge of the plastic that's there, but I'm having to press it a little tiny bit. Claw grip. I need something with a big handle. I need big old man arthritis stuff. Now you're good, man. Oh my goodness. Yeah, what are these? How are they deposited on what is this dark magic that I have to deal with? I'll have to like figure out how to look that up. Go to the library. Get some microfiche going. I'm gonna do another cut in this thing. Oh, that was the wrong scene. That was a bad scene. Oh, my hand. Okay. Do another one of these cuts. Well, that didn't help. So if I just do that, that might make a nice edge on the tip there. I don't know where those offcuts are going. somewhere deep in the shop that I'll never see. Yeah, there we go. Fresh edge. I can just get at it from the side. Look at that. Beautiful. I can't quite get all the way up on that, and that's probably going to be a problem. Jeez. I can't imagine the people doing this with a credit card are getting a really good purchase on this. There's the reason that that's there. It's because of this. So I might as well just do. There we go. That's the ticket. Yeah, I know they're conductive traces. It's just, how are they put there? We do know a thing or two about a thing or two. Phew. Every little bit of progress. Scrape, 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 scrape. I need a dog break. We're gonna have to take dog breaks in the future. When I'm watching the dog on my own, I'll take doggy breaks. I'll have to take her for walks during stream too. Which means I can stream later, but yeah, is it glass? It seems like it's glass. How is it conductive glass? It uses microvolts in order to control the transparency of the LCD. I know that much. And is the capability of making something like that in our reach, or is it something too advanced for us? This is what's keeping you from painting. I have a feeling Applied Electronics has already cracked this one. Conductive traces are made out of conductive trace material, duh. Ah, yes, the L drive. It makes spaceflight possible. Ah, okay, almost there. Neuropathy, neuropathy, neuropathy. It's been bad lately. I don't know why. I've been taking more walks and stuff. I've been getting exercise. Usually that calms it down a little bit. Oh God. Do you got a half hour for me to explain the whole thing? My E39 multi-information display. Sorry, MID, yeah, the mid unit, which sits in the middle of the car, well, in the middle of the dashboard, and tells you everything that's happening in the car, radio, including time, and that does some other stuff. But anyway, it has all kinds of bad pixels in it, and so this is the fix for it, which is to replace the flat cable on the LCD. We ran into a bunch of dead light bulbs, though, so I replaced those with LEDs, which will probably make them less functional than before, but it'll at least get me somewhere. So we did that, and now I'm doing the process of replacing the flat cable, what connects the LCD to the rest of the circuit board. Whew. A sputtering of indium tin oxide. So it's like a crystal kind of thing. It's like a crystal kind of deal. How does it relate in hardness to the glass? Could we call it glass? Hero Dev, how's it going? How you doing, Hero Dev? How's it going over there? What are you working on? What are you guys doing? Rating with a party at 23. Welcome to Madness. We've replaced the LEDs in my E39 BMW. Sorry, we've replaced the lamps in my E39 BMW MID, multi-informational display, with LEDs, and now I'm doing the process of replacing the flat cable that connects the LCD to the electronics. And part of that process is getting it clean. I need to clean the ever-loving crap out of this thing so that our new cable can evenly press down on what we've just learned is a sputtering of indium tin oxide that makes the little microvolt traces of the LCD screen. The question here was, how the hell does this thing like do its job? What is it? What's so special about these little glass traces, and why do I gotta clean them up so much? And what can they tolerate? What kind of abuse can they tolerate? Namely, like, could I scrape a razor blade across these and they would still be okay? Oh my God, my hand is like turning into a claw as I do this. I'm trying to get at that little bit that's right up there at the tip, but I'm not getting it. All right, let's see if we can make like a point out of this thing. It is a 528i E39 528i Touring. It's my car. My car's the best car. That's not going to get up to the edge. This one might. Oh, that's the wrong view. That's the wrong view. Why are you guys looking at me like that? I don't. I've been talking about not agreeing with that. I've got a pre-facelift 528 from 1999, and I wish it was an E36, because the E36 wagon was the best looking car of all time. IMO. But they don't sell them here in the States, so, you know, I don't exactly got my pick. I got my guitar pick, turning my hand into a permanent claw because of the grip that I've got to maintain in order to scrape this thing properly. I don't know if we're going to get results today. I might stream tomorrow. I might do a stream tomorrow where we work on this stuff more. The real thing that I was trying to get to was opening up the radio unit to look at the transistors inside of it, because I don't get audio right now out of my car. I don't got no audio. It's kind of bugging me lately. The battery went dead, and so I replaced the battery, and then all these electrical gremlins suddenly popped up. So while I'm fixing the radio, I pulled the display unit, which was having trouble with dead pixels, and we're dealing with that. It's a tough tutorial, though. This is a tough one to get through. I really gotta clean all this stuff out, because that's gonna keep the cable from sitting evenly on this. Best looking car of all time. That's not what we're saying. We're not talking about that. Also, it's a very bland take. Very, very bland. You're entitled to your opinion, but I can still call it bland, because that's my opinion of your opinion. All right, so now I gotta clean this a little bit more. I gotta be careful about the amount of leverage that I'm putting onto this little tiny piece of glass. I really don't want it to crack. Okay, I think that's good to clean off. So I'm gonna use, I'm not gonna use acetone to clean it. I don't think that's a good idea here. I don't think it's a particularly heinous idea, but I just don't wanna melt any plastics. Opinions are like assholes. Why should I pick yours? Windex. Oh, it's over there. A little bit of Windex goes a long way. I remember they were saying you're not supposed to use Windex on your computer monitor. And I think that originally was because it was harsh, but then they changed formulas. It's no longer as harsh, so you actually can use it. Because basically, it's like putting it on plastic, because that's what the final layer of the LCD displays used to be. But people would put way too much on too, and they would flood their displays. But the Windex has changed formula, so if you're careful about it, you don't overdo it. Perfectly fine to use on an LCD display. How clean is that? That looks clean from here. I see a little bit of stuff in one of the ends, but we have a microscope to help us with this kind of stuff. Hold on one sec. I'm gonna brushy this this desk off. Okay, moderately clean. That's all we can really do. And let's do this view. Heck yes. Yeah, there's still some stuff. I don't know how I can clean that. I think the marks are on the other end. I think that's where all the weird stuff is. But see that little bit up there? I don't know if we can do much about that though. You know, little pieces of dust like this will affect how this thing lies against it. I don't think a pencil eraser will be sharp enough to get to the spots that I need it to. Fingernail's a really good scraper. Yeah, that was on the other side. Of course, I'm also depositing all my finger oil onto this thing. But it might be okay. Now, there is a whole thing about how to do this, and maybe we want to jump into that tomorrow, assuming I go live tomorrow. I always promise, and then I end up too like super duper busy, because people like to exploit the fact that I don't stream tomorrow. They're like, oh, I'm gonna do a bunch of stuff and leave you with the dog. I like the dog though. Plus, the dog can come down here, so I might go on tomorrow. I might do that. I've been kind of skipping too many streams. Life got real busy when the dog came here, so now that we're used to that and the dog can do stairs, things are different. And I can finally get back to a lot of the projecting that I want to be able to do. Okay, this looks like it's an okay shape. There's some weirdness. And then we got this here. I don't know which side is which. One side's going to line up with the LCD and the other isn't. And there's a center mark that you can sort of use to align it. And then I got to use a couple layers of tape to sharpen the eraser. It's hard for me to show without, yeah, see there's the center mark right there. But I mean, if I just lay this thing out, and I don't know which side conducts, we can try to align it properly by just lining up those pins. I don't know which one goes to which end though. Hold on. Okay, that's the circuit board end. This is the end that goes here. And since we have that center mark there, I guess we align these two. And that is what we will then press in. But we'll have to look at the tutorials when the time comes. I'm gonna clean this off probably on my own. We're at our typical closing time around here, so I'm gonna take this opportunity to kind of break for the night, and we'll come back and strategize how we can get this thing together. We'll watch the tutorial and we'll try to get these remaining pieces together. This one I guess I can scrape with acetone. I don't really necessarily need to be gentle. I just need to make sure that these traces are all properly exposed. There's stuff all over it, right? Oh boy, that's going to be a chore. How well do these scrape? I don't want to scrape up traces, that's the problem. Yeah, I might do acetone on this in order to get it to be sort of removable. Should be able to see which side of the carrier has printing on it. There. Careful. That would be this side. Yeah, so this would be the side that I'd want up. It's like this. Yeah, we'll have to get to that because you need to like lay down tape and, you know, tape it all together just so. Just like that, I guess. And then you put the purple thing down in order to put pressure on the pins and then get the clip on, and that should line it all up and get it to connect. But yeah, anyway, oh man, okay, it's closing time, our normal closing time. I actually made it without finishing something. We redid the backlighting, so that looks super good. It may not respond quite so properly when I dim the lights in the car. And if I want that to be a thing, I'm gonna have to order bulbs. Dr. Plugger, hey, thank you for 38 months of Prime. Holy crap, that's a lot of Prime, my man. My person. Thank you. I really appreciate it, Doctor. Your Honor, sir. So we've got the thing bench testable. We have the flat cable. We have the whole flat cable kit. I need to line it up, put the rubber down, put the clamp back on. We should be able to do that super accurately with the tools that we have in here. I've got the microscope. It's like the biggest advantage that I've got on this stuff. It's great. Then I need to clean off the other side, which might involve some chemicals, I guess. I don't know. And then we need to do the same thing to the other side. But I need to make sure that the cable folds in the right direction and all that stuff. So we'll open up a tutorial and take a look at that. We may do that tomorrow. So my end card might be a little bit inaccurate. I want to do that tomorrow because it's something that I'd be doing anyway. I would be doing it anyway, and it benefits me to do it a lot slower with you guys present. So I won't be able to just be a big lazy asshole tomorrow. I have to actually do work. But then if we can get that working, we can put this whole MID back together and I will have a functioning unit. We can then look at the car stereo and figure out why it isn't outputting audio. And the question is, can I plug the K-bus between these two devices and bench them both at the same time? I might be able to. We can find the pinout. And if I plug them into one another, will the radio output audio? And maybe we could use that in order to troubleshoot the audio coming out of the thing. Instead of scheduling a haircut on Wednesday, I am going to work with you guys to try to fix my fucking car. Anyway, I will hopefully see you guys tomorrow. I don't suppose we're going to do any raids. We see people in this stream who are worth checking out. I mean, we got a raid from Hero Dev today. The people who stream like that coincide with mine. Somebody from my list maybe. Where's my list? I don't know. I'm gonna open up my own stream on my own computer. Does that count as another view? Twitch recap is here. Oh god, no double audio. Davies is on as normal. Wow, Davies is a lot of people there today. Oh man, he's doing good. Adam is chatting and editing. Rob Oz, of course, is on. You guys know where to filter to. There's also, oh yeah, Ghost Freak 66. Cool. All right, Boyd's Custom Fab is also on too. Boyd's has actually rated us before. Boyd's Custom Fab. You guys should check it out. Okay, anyway, I'm gonna go. You guys disperse to wherever you go on Twitch. I don't care. We'll be back tomorrow. We're gonna be doing more of this stuff. It's gonna be kind of like very fiddly. My hope, and maybe we'll throw up a prediction, is that it works the first time. I'm gonna try for that. But I'll see you guys tomorrow. Till then, here's all the media links that you need. I'll be on Discord, and I'm probably going to clean off the circuit board if I have time tonight. Where I've lost everything in my windows. All right, I will catch you guys some other time.